to the pre-chat. To the people who have it in their backgrounds, get fucked. Hello. I'm going live a little bit early to do some cozy game before Joe comes and joins me. So everybody who's coming here, hey August. For everybody who's coming here, we're gonna run some ads and then I'll put advertisements up and then we'll do a little cozy gaming as a treat. Hello, Ravine. Nice to see you. Sneaky cozy games, I'm in. Welcome in, Less Panic. This just released today, and it was much looked forward to. So I really want to give it a little try. Hey, it's Mousington. Hey, Paquetto. And hey, Haydener. Nice to see you. I figured it would be a bit silly to like just hang out for like 10 minutes doing not much before Joe came, so I figured I'd start a little early so we can get like half an hour, 45 minutes of cozy gaming and give it a shot and see if we want to stream it or if I just want to play it on my own in the future. Hey, Luna Panda. Stream advertisement ready for here. Very chill right now. This looks super cozy. I know. Hey, Q. Hey, Winged Pearl. Hey, chat. So this just came out today. So I'm gonna give the ad break another minute to roll, and then I will talk a little bit, and get it started. I just did some last minute gardening and cut all of my fingers on thistles, so it's gonna be tough pressing the button to advance screens today in the Sekimeya. It'd be difficult for me. Should we turn the mouse on as a treat for part 1? And vanish her later? Oh, she's behind chat. We can't have that. Hard life of a thistle farmer. I know. I felt so bad because I needed to take the thistles down because these are Xerxes. I felt bad because I needed to take the thistles down because they're starting to put off the pods, and so there's going to be a lot of thistles. But I went out and there was the tiniest little bird sitting on top of it eating the seeds, and I was like, oh, I'm coming for that thistle. I'm on my way. I've got this like shears in my hand. That thing is coming down. Poor little birdie. And sure enough, whenever I left that one till the end, and then whenever I knocked that thistle down, the bird like hovered in the air and yelled at me. Like it flew up and sat on my porch and went, and I was like, I know. The villainous mouse. Okay, 1 second while I do advertisements. This action will have consequences. Yeah, the bird crew is coming to get me next time. I'm gonna go out there tomorrow on my trip, and my mom's gonna be in the car while the birds just dive bomb. Hello, double jumper. Okay, so now that I put my ads out, Joe is gonna have to go eat for a little bit before we start the Sekimeya. So I wanted to try out this Sekimeya in about half an hour. I wanted to try this out while he goes and gets food because I don't want to just sit around and do nothing for like 10 minutes. That sounded boring. So this came out today. It is a much anticipated cozy game that a lot of people were excited for in certain circles, like me and the 30 people who diligently wait for games like this. So I love the demo of this. Yeah, it's really good. Sekimeya, you have a happy birthday this weekend. Thank you. What if I want large books? Probably have to play large bookshop then. Let's start. Let's give it a shot. Excuse me. Seki full spoilers. I'm having bolognese. Nice. Do you have to hunt books in the wild to sell them? I don't think so. Whoops. It's doing text. I've packed up my things, leaving everything behind. For quiet life by the sea. Yay! You think this tiny bookshop would have a Japanese atlas? Absolutely. And if not, we'll make sure it does. Tiny bookshop. Waterfront Square, Monday, 1st of summer. I would move across the country to pursue the bookshop life of my dreams. Same. Whoa. Okay, A to open. I'm pressing A. Oh. A. Oh, okay. What do we have in the shop? We have 3 crime books, 3 drama, 10 fact books, 4 fantasy books, 3 classics, 7 kids, and 10 travel. So we've got a lady in the shop. Tilda says, my, what a sight. You must be the new bookseller. I've heard so much about you. What? How? I know we're selling fantasy stuff. We don't know if it's hold on, we're stocking 0 science fiction. Maybe that gets unlocked later. Where are the visual novels? Oh no. Oh, don't worry, I have my sources. Anyway, welcome to our quaint little town. I'm glad you decided to stop by. I thought you might need someone to show you the ropes around here. Oh god, I probably swallowed like spores from all those thistles. I'm Tilda. I used to run the local bookstore here before my retirement. Lovely to meet you. Distinctly non-evil book of hours time. True, actually. Let's see. You should know that us Bookstonians have very particular tastes in books. I, for example, prefer to read classic and crime novels and not much else. So why don't I have a look at your selection and see if I can find something worthwhile? I know this one, Crime and Punishment. Bravo, you had the right book on hand. Has anyone here ever heard of or played Fox Curio's Floating Bookshop? It's a solo journaling RPG about running a bookshop, which is a boat. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. If you're in the Discord, can you post that in like the game chat or the stream chat? And if not, can someone else post it there? Because I want to go play that. This could so easily turn into a horror game if we realize we're selling stuff like 50 Shades of the Alchemist or whatever. Oh no. When a customer finds a book, they'll keep looking for more. So now she'll pick up a classic too. Yep. Sadly, you didn't have the right book on offer. Oh, damn. Even though you may have books of the right genre, whether people actually take one home depends upon your sale chance. Oh, it's a stat game. You can check your sales chance at any time by pressing that button and hovering over the genres on the right. Pressing it allows you to inspect some hidden information. Oh. Only a 22% chance of classics. Happy birthday, Mouse. Thank you. It is on Monday. The game looks cute. Yeah, it's very cute. It's a reciteer, like a reciteer about a tiny bookshop. Kind of slaps. Interesting. Simply use this button or cursor move over it to look. The sale chance shows the odds that someone might find a book they like. Because the chance is based on how many books you have in your shop. Oh, it'll decrease as you run out of books throughout the day. Managing to sell that last book of a genre is the mark of a great bookseller. If I had a shop on wheels, I would sell something cool like rocks. That does sound pretty cool. Then you could drag it around and pick up good rocks. Oh, Simple says you're good and I hope your stream is too. Now I get back to work. Thank you, Simple. I think you're quite good too. Close the tooltip mode. Press this. Okay. Done with the tooltip mode. How do we restock the books? That's probably part 2 of the tutorial. I wish I could go inside. Hi, Mouse. What's this game? Hello, Jelly. This is Tiny Bookshop. It just released today. Much anticipated cozy game by the cozy game community. Oh, didn't find the travel book they wanted. Oh, wow, your latency is good? Yeah, it's pretty good right now. Might get worse later. Dinosaurs and other prehistoric life. I loved the film adaptation. Nice. So we can look all over. Oh, we can look all over the place. Cool. What's this? Coastal wildlife of Buxton Bay. Most of the board is taken up with illustrations of the marine animals native to the local bay. You recognize a moon jellyfish with 4 purple circles. You remember seeing a stranded one at Far Beach before. Their delicate tentacles are used to catch prey such as plankton, but are harmless to humans. You also see an image of a herring gull in flight. It has a characteristically bright orange spot on its otherwise yellow bill. Remember this for the quiz later. These scavengers can seem menacing to humans, but they are trying to adjust to the increasing urbanization of their habitats. They are incredibly intelligent. For example, researchers have observed them shoplifting books, presumably using them to nest in. Lastly, there's a group of small gray acorn barnacles pictured, shown to look different above and below the water surface. Were you aware that the hard bumps often found on rocks and boats are actually the shells of small arthropods? An acorn barnacle's legs poke out from the top once the tide comes in to catch plankton out of the water. Fascinating creatures. It feels like you've gained a whole new appreciation for coastal critters today. I really have. Seagulls confirmed eagle, but we knew that. Yeah, seagulls are only good when they're crying. Hi there. You're the bookseller, right? I see you already talked to Tilda. Did she know everything about you already? Yeah, she does that. Told me all about the review before I'd even started my job there. Oh, I'm talking about the Buxtonbury Review. It's the local paper. Yeah, I sort of write for them. My name's Fern Estrada. Glad to meet you. Your arrival is kind of the only interesting thing that's happened around here in a while, so you'll have to excuse my nosiness, but it's sort of my job to write about you now. How about you help me out by answering a few of my questions, and I'll give you a free subscription in return. Nice. You might appreciate the events calendar, and people often sell used books in the classifieds. Right, so for the record, what made you come to Buxtonbury? Needed an escape, searching for where I belong. Wanted an adventure. I'm gonna have a mild existential crisis about these choices. And go with searching for where I belong. Hello streamer, hello Chep. Hello Tep. Tep, I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while. Greetings, greetings. Oh wow, I kind of feel the same way. I hope it works out for you. Okay, and what's your first impression of the town so far? Friendly, I think. Ferncastle? Oh, no. Don't worry, it really is. People might be meddlesome, but they only have the best intentions. Thanks so much for the little interview. I really appreciate it. I sort of, so it was written to be relatively uncertain. Haha, it's a great quality to have professionally. To be fair, being a journalist in 2025, I would also feel a little uncertain about my place in the world. The world hasn't been kind to journalists. So I think Fern is allowed to have a little uncertainty as a treat. No way this place takes place in 2025. Well, Fern is being written in 2025. We've got the lens. And I promise you'll have your first copy of the review by tomorrow morning. Have a look at your selection now if you don't mind. See you around. There was a post on Blue Sky that was designed to kill Jads that I saw the other day. Hold on. Now I gotta look at it. I gotta look it up. Bow tie in 2025? Yikes. Maybe. I gotta scroll. Okay, it was somebody, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. It was somebody posting their like their it was somebody posting a quote from their like dissertation, and the quote was something like that everybody in this, it was when everybody was arguing about whether video games are art or whatever, and somebody posted a quote from their dissertation that was like people in like discourse right now are really preoccupied with figuring out whether X is Y, like figuring out whether a game is a Souls-like, or games are art, or a visual novel is a game, or like all of these arguments that preoccupy like 90% of people in Jads' time, as far as I can tell. And the assertion of the dissertation was basically that is a completely useless argument to have, and what you should ask is, what happens if we look at X through the lens of Y, which is basically like, what happens if we consider a visual novel as a game? What happens if we consider Expedition 33 as a JRPG? Like, what can we learn by looking at X through the lens of Y instead of trying to assert whether something is objectively in a category? It lets you look at if you consider a thing to be part of a category, what does that tell you about it? And what does that tell you about the category? Instead of just like beating your heads together for something that there's no actual answer to, basically. That would kill Jads for sure. Yeah. No. If I can't fill out my meticulously made spreadsheet with exact info. Yeah, I don't know why people think we need to figure out what a roguelike is, considering we've already got a perfectly fine qualia of it's like Rogue. Yeah, exactly. Me when I ask if Umineko is feminist literature and Umiden beats me to death with rocks. Yeah, I mean, it's like, what if we look at Umineko through a feminist lens? This is like the job of English majors, right? Like, this isn't new. It's what if we look at Umineko through a feminist lens? What if we look at Umineko through like a capitalist, like an anti-capitalist lens? Another question that produces interesting results. You know. Putting things in boxes can be a useful tool, but then getting mad when things don't fit cleanly into those made-up boxes causes so many problems. Yeah, I mean, I think that the assertion here is you can put something into a box and check out what it looks like in that box and then pick it up and move it out. And, you know, once you put it in the box doesn't mean that it is, like, prescriptively in that box and can't go anywhere else. What if we didn't look at Umineko and instead pretended it ended after episode 7? I think that there's things in episode 8 that I enjoy. It's too bad that being an English major is cringe now. I'm so sick of STEM bros. I'm a proud English major. Okay, anyway, we're playing a cozy game. We're not doing an English professor stream. This is what happens when I play a game with books in it. You put a book in front of me and I go back to being an English professor. That's what happens. Bookstonbury Review, filled with articles, events, and items for sale. Thanks, Fern. Bookstonbury Review reports on the goings-on around town. You can check today and tomorrow's weather, and keep an eye out for upcoming events. Here you can see the money in your pocket, all the books you own both in your stock and in storage. Looks like they're running a little low. In the classified section, you can acquire used books to replenish your stocks. That's fun. Let's give it a try. Press A to buy. This should come in handy. Maintaining a good stock of books is an important part of any book selling. Oh, it's gotcha. Book gotcha. Okay. I'm also a proud English major. I have a degree that lets me talk in paragraphs, so no one's allowed to get mad at me because I'm in debt for it. I have a degree that lets me talk in paragraphs, but I spent the last 20 years baking so much irony into how I communicate. Now I only talk in lowercase, and then occasionally I'll drag out like 5 paragraphs, and no one's allowed to be mad at me because I'm in debt for it. Creating a button for a stream point redeem that pops up a sign that reads danger English major in vicinity. That's actually a good idea. I will add a point redeem with that if someone makes that sign. I will do it, actually. I'm into it. It'd be really cheap, and it'd be like a 30-second, not even a 30, it's just like a 10-second flash at the top of the screen. You're in irony debt constantly. It's like sleep debt, and I'm never making it back. I majored in comp sci, but I did an English minor, so my brain still works. I think doing a combination of both tech and humanities is a really good idea, especially because each informs the other so deeply. It's like, I can't believe the vibes of the streamer are so tense and strained towards people unfortunate enough to have STEM degrees. I also have my master's degree is in information science. So I do technically have a STEM degree. I did a bunch of like coding and stuff in my master's degree. And I think it really balances it out to have a little bit of both. Because so much creative work now incorporates the digital. Like, most creative work incorporates the digital, even if not in the product itself, but in the means that it's made. And so much of tech work like begs to be examined through the humanities lenses. So I think that ideally people should have both. Yeah, tech needs the humanities so bad. Yeah. It's another fake binary like gender. That's right, baby. As a comp sci engineer that's specializing in embedded, I think it's a waste not to enjoy the arts and to disregard the humanity that comes with it. I think so too. I think, yeah, I mean, there are people who do beautiful things with technology constantly. And you need to understand how it works in order to understand them. And like, there's stuff like the ethics of machines and computers that need a humanities lens to responsibly and ethically build them, which I know, unpopular opinion, I do think that technology should have ethics. I know we're shutting down all those boards right now, but I do think that that's important. I think that it's vital to have that kind of critical thinking behind tech. Yeah. A lot of fundamental comp sci stuff was developed by Noam Chomsky, who did it for linguistics reasons. Yeah, stuff like that is awesome. If you considered that not analyzing your tech work is very profitable, sorry, I'm an analyst, I'm disregarding this. Stella is a perfect mix. Lemonade, thank you. All right, well, we're gaming. I forgot we're gaming. The class, see, I was like, oh, we can't just like sit around and talk for 10 minutes and then look what we're doing. Hey, no misinformation there. We're not shutting them all down. Some of them are instead chaired by the CEOs of major ethics flouting corporations. That's a great point, Jumple. Thank you. Thank you. Why am I laughing? Why am I laughing? Oh, it's very warm in here. Okay. Gaming. The classified section will sometimes have other bits and bobs. Let's pick up this lonely cactus. Okay. We laugh so that we do not cry, and laugh because the alternative is bleak. That's fair, yeah. Cactus, a bit prickly, but has a heart of gold. Plus 2% to drama seal chance. Plus 2% danger. Why is there danger in this game? Can we understand what danger stat is, please? Let's get... Which part of this game has communicated danger? Let's give this lovely new cactus a... Does it put them in danger of like bumping into it and then you get a penalty? Tap left trigger to open your item bar. From here you can open the newspaper and customize your bookshop, amongst other things. Press Y to customize your bookshop. Oh, nice. Okay. Your inventory, you can select and place items in your bookshop, pick up an item, and put... Oh, you've got like spots. I see. Nice, you got a boost. Some items can increase your sale chance for certain genres or change the effectiveness of other items. Please explain danger. Watch out though, sometimes this comes at the expense of another genre. Equipping some items will also increase your daily expenses, so keep that in mind. Select an item and press select to see what it does. To remove an item, simply select it and press X. You can decorate inside or outside your shop, just press... Oh! Okay. Press right trigger to manage your inventory by different oh man, Final Fantasy wishes. Try selecting the paints category to begin painting your paint. Oh, we're painting this. Okay, what, how do I... Okay. How did I paint? Oh. I just forgot how to paint. Oh, man. Okay. Alright. Oh my god, I got so many things. It's wild the aesthetics you get when a game has them designed in mind. I know, right? Okay, we can put this out here. Sorry, but I'd like to decorate my house the more immersive way by placing stuff on makeshift walls than removing the walls or whatever the hell. You're so right for this. Can I hang this on the... Oh, I can hang it out here. Oh, that's cute. Okay, what the hell was the paint button? Oh yeah, here we go. Paints. Okay. I would like to paint... I kind of like that. Yeah, I want to paint that. I see. Okay, I understand. I see. Dangerous. All right, here we go. It's a very scary cactus, so horror books sell more. That makes so much sense. Red to hide the blood from all the danger. Should we danger max? Welcome to Buxtonbury. Each day you can pick a location to visit on the map. Going to location has a travel cost, which is based on your daily expenses as well as parking fees for the location. You'll unlock more locations as you go. For now, let's pick the waterfront square again. Okay, yay. These are the books in your storage. Use left button and right button to select a genre to start stocking your shelves. Left trigger or D-pad and A to place the selected genre into your shelf. Hold A while moving it to place multiple books. Nice, this book is now in your shop. Stocking more books of a genre increases the odds of people finding a book they will like within that genre. Check the sale chance by pressing this. You can remove books from your shelf with X. Let's fill up the shelves. No need to leave any empty space. Okay. Oh, we don't have any more in stock. Okay, what do we got here? We can do some classics. Okay. Do a drama book. Seems good. Your shelves are ready. Let's go set up shop. Or keep adjusting your selection. Nah, let's go. Full send. Alright. Did you notice you can look around a location? Move your cursor to the edge of screen and your view will follow. You can interact with things by navigating to them with your cursor and pressing A. Let's pick up this buoy. Wow. You can just pick stuff up off the ground. That's so cool. Oh. Okay. All right. Anyway, now we're gaming. Oh, I knocked them down. You're a horrible goose and you're running a bookshop. Yay. Alright. Now that's taken care of. Oh yeah, we didn't look through this last time. Seems like the telescope is out of order right now. Best check back later. Fine. Danger went up. Seagull crying. None left alive. My goodness. Does anyone know a horrible goose? I only know very nice ones. I'm pretty sure one of my little brothers got chased by a goose. I think it was in Colonial Williamsburg when we were really young. And there was a goose hanging out in a parking lot. I just remember a goose chasing my brother while he screamed. I don't even know which brother that was. Did your little brother deserve it though? Depends which one of them it was. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Bookstore on Wheels is making me feel nostalgic about the grade school book fairs. Oh man, do you remember going to Pizza Hut? Did you have this? You went to Pizza Hut and you got a free pizza if you read enough books? Yep. Okay, it's wheelchair accessible? True. Ah, there you are. I wanted to commend you on how much you've been livening up this place. I'm sure you'll want to branch out to other places in town now. My friend Mary owns a very successful cafe in the town center. If I call her up and get her to give you a parking space, you could get quite a few visitors. But I want to stay here. Good call. Yes, I know, dear. You can always trust me on these sorts of things. It's decided then. Maybe out by the Cafe Liberté as soon as you can. This is French too? Yay! Wait. The flags. Wait. Wait, where was this game made? Where was this game made? Wait a minute. Tilda asked you to meet her at the cafe in town. Seems like she won't accept no for an answer. Sorry, I'm just checking something. It's made in France. It is made in France. It's made in It's made in France. It's actually made in France. To say your self-parody would be pulling punches. It's not my fault. I didn't even... Mouse's natural magnetism to French. Sorry. That should have gotten me so bad. I didn't even notice the flags. Alright. Oh, and while we're on the topic of showing your face, I heard our dear Walter was quite impressed with your wagon. He's one of the local fishers. Why don't you go over there and introduce yourself? He should be back from his recent catch just now. Mute the game and pull up the Expedition 33 main menu theme right now. Ahoy, matey. You might want to write this down, love. Having an organized diary will come in handy in our business. You know what? I still have quite a few unsold journals left over from my old shop. So here, why don't you take this one? Yay! There you go. I hope you make good use of it. Goodbye. I got the journal. Open it any time to check on your progress. Tap left trigger to open the item bar. Select the journal. You can track which genres you sold the most of. Useful for adjusting your selection. This is the total number of books you sold here. Check back here for hints and events as you discover more. This game's kind of heftier than I imagined, actually. Looks like this page holds little postage stamps to mark your moments in Buxtonbury. You'll collect these stamps as you're making contributions around town. You can also see your progress toward the stamps, as well as hints and extra info. Select a stamp and press A to see more information. Ahoy, matey! Introduce yourself to Walt the Sailor. He's usually sitting by the stairs at the waterfront. Okay. Can we call you Mouse MD? If you want. Press right trigger to quickly cycle through the different chapters of the journal. Nice. On this page, you can see the different items and effects currently affecting your bookshop. Huge points for using both effect and affect correctly in a single sentence. Tooltip. Well done. Make sure to use this page if you're ever unsure what something does, or when you're trying to create the most optimized bookshop. Who would ever try to optimize a cozy game? That's crazy. The calendar gives you an overview of what's happened and what will happen this season. Check back frequently if you're ever unsure what's going on around town. Choose these to navigate the days. Press A if you want to inspect the entries. Press B to return the calendar section once you're done inspecting. Interesting. Weekly flea market. And a summer wow, there's seasonal events and everything. Do you think this game has Claire de Lune in it? Oh my god. I suddenly had 1,000-yard stare as I remembered how many times 100 line played Claire de Lune. I think someone told me that and I just forgot it because it was so funny. Okay, let's see. All right, can we talk to Walter? Ahoy there, kiddo. How's it going? Yay. Looks like you got a sturdy vessel there. I got some old items lying around which I thought you might like. See if any of it is to your liking. Oh. We've got a globe, a buoy, and a tattling trout. Oh, we're saving out for big mouth Billy Bass for sure. My friends tell me you've got some decent cargo on board too. They've been specially enjoying your travel and classic novels. Guess I have to be careful or I might be outsold by you. Why don't we make a bet? If you can make 20 sales to my buddies, I'll admit defeat. Okay. Ho ho, I'm looking forward to a little competition, kiddo. Good luck. I hope that Big Mouth Billy Bass actually sings songs. It would be really good. Hey, what are you doing here? So I assumed you'd be at the beach like everyone else. Oh, I'm so sorry. I already forgot that you're new. You just seem to fit in so easily. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Here, I'll show you how to get to Far Beach in case you want to drop by there soon. Nice. Oh, I'm not really a beach person myself, but I'm sure the crowd there will need some of your reading material. I want to meet the person who's buying classics for the beach. This is cute. I really like this so far. This is good vibes. I know we're still in the tutorial phase, but this is good vibes. Are we done? Oh no. One more book. Another William Shakespeare for my collection. Billy Bass gonna lean forward and sing La Marseillaise. No. There are a lot of cozy games released today. Great vibes day. Yeah, my email Steam notifications lit up today, but this was the one that I was looking forward to the most. I definitely need to check out what else came though. Oh, an interesting perspective. You're not like a person, you just sort of exist. Yeah, I mean, I think we are a person technically, but perspective-wise, we're just kind of wandering lonely as a cloud. All right, I've just listened to Claire de Lune again, and it's a very, oh yeah, I've heard that before, but I will forget it again immediately song to me. It's a good book, or a good song. I'm gonna imagine you're that dog in the bottom right. Yeah, that's fine. You can if you want. Looks like some items have been discounted a little. Now might be a good time to buy them. Although you could wait longer and risk someone else buying them first. Items in the seasonal section have a much slower turnover, so there's no need to hurry. But be sure to snatch them up before the season ends. Interesting. Maybe valuable? Used book lot, everything must go. Grandma's old books, old childhood favorites. Maybe valuable? Maybe valuable? Used book lot? I kind of want to gamble on the used book lot. Everything must go. Oh, yeah. That's good. Love it. So many books lying around. It's pretty decent. We've got so many. We've got so many. We couldn't use a bit more money. True. Okay. So how do we... Oh, so we go here. And this is decorating? This is decorating. Okay. That's nice. Oh, now we've got a whole little situation here. That's cute. There we go. Should we go to the French cafe or the French beach? What do we think? I kind of think the beach. Do you have a genre of books you like the most? I read a lot of different kinds of books. Beach? French? Beach. It said beach, so we'll go to the beach. In terms of books that I like, I do read a lot of mystery novels, but I also read a lot of, I guess it goes in the bucket of literary fiction, maybe? Like I like a lot of books that are like, that have a little bit more focus on their writing and aren't so focused on like genre. I also read a decent amount of nonfiction. I have the brain rot to like fantasy and sci-fi stuff like Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, that doesn't do it too much for me. I like some genre fiction, but it's usually I like N.K. Jemisin or something when it comes to sci-fi, for example. Like I like something that's a little bit meatier in terms of the prose and stuff. Like I'm really excited for I think that maybe one of the best books that I read in the last couple of years was The Will of the Many by James Islington, which I won't say too many spoilers, but it's kind of like literary fiction. It's a little bit fantasy, sci-fi flavored, but basically it's a society that's like a pyramid scheme, but like Roman flavored. So basically everything is divided up into like a caste system, and each tier of it, the people underneath you are sort of like in your power. And so if you're at the top of the pyramid scheme, you've basically absorbed half of the power of the people underneath you. And even people in like the 4th or 5th echelon or something are like super powerful. So yeah, I really like that one. Le Guin and Frank Herbert are great sci-fi, but I honestly don't mind the straightforward stuff. Yeah, I love Ursula Le Guin. I think in terms of just like genre stuff, the like stuff that's just like written for fun, just like fluff to enjoy. I read a lot of like of mystery novels and like crime fiction. Like I really like the Inspector Gamache series, which is sort of a one true cop situation or a one good cop situation, but like I like it anyway. Those books are really fun. Hop on Dungeon Crawler Carl. It's peak literature. What is that? Did he turn into Petals? No, sorry. Gamache, not Gomage. I know. He's Quebecois, he's not French, almost. Your bookshop can also be impacted by unexpected sources, such as the weather, visitors, or special states. You can always read up what something does by looking at the tooltips. It's good. It'd be rough to run a bookshop as a dog, but I'm sure you can find lots of folks with a wonderful tale. Sorry, Sarah, I just saw that. +2 to you. I'm impacted by danger. Oh no. Yo-ho, how's it going? It's going pretty well. How about for you? Excuse me, could I get a book, please? Listen closely to people's requests and try to pick up on what kind of book they're looking for. I'm looking for a book featuring folklore, and I tend to read lesser known works. Pay attention to how certain parts of the requests are worded. Some things can be optional, while others are really important. People also leave some of their likes and dislikes unsaid, so make sure to put yourself in their shoes. Some requests might also be harder to fulfill than others. You can check the difficulty stars here to gauge how many books in your shelf are a good fit for your customer. Quests usually get more difficult as your stock dwindles throughout the day. Hi, No More Moons Mushroom Trips. Hello. We are going to be reading the Sekimeya. We're doing a Sekimeya makeup stream today because I won't be here this weekend. I'm just doing this until Joe is done streaming Expedition 33 and goes and gets a snack. So we're just doing a little bit of Tiny Bookshop, which released today, and so far is really cool and a lot deeper than I was expecting it to be gameplay-wise. Requests get more difficult as your stock dwindles throughout the day. Here you can see important info about the book, including a short description. The short description, publication date, genre, author, and page count can all be helpful to inform your decision. Do you think this book is a good match? Once you found a match, try recommending it to them. Okay, so we're looking for a book featuring folklore with lesser known works. Oh, these are actual books. These are real books. I thought they were just gonna have like fake books, but they put real books in here. Whoopsies. 12 beautiful and poetic short stories for children, including talking animals, monarchs, fairies, beasts, and magical worlds. Okay, this is maybe a contender, but I used to love Edith Nesbit when I was a kid, by the way. Does the customer ever unintentionally lie? Kind of like how a lot of customers have no clue what they actually want. It'd be pretty funny if they went that hard. This game actually just rocks. I know. Yeah, these are just some real ass books. That's really fun. I don't think that we should give them it. See Among Us. Whoa, The Haunting. Shirley Jackson is such a good writer. This is great. Oh my god, I can't stream this game because I'll just talk about the books. Death Note Volume 1. I've got a great book featuring Folklore Kid. The Willows, Parable of the Sower. I think the magic world is maybe the closest that we have here. A perfect recommendation. Yay! Yippee! E33 fans incoming. All right. Thank you, August. I'll buy this one and keep shopping. Thanks for coming. What? I'm already 8 3/4. I'm too old for kids' books, but all right. I'll check it out, I guess. Thanks for letting me read here, by the way. My name is Harper. I'm gonna be back soon. Okay, bye. Wow, your customers just became inspired. This happens whenever you successfully recommend a book and increase the sale chance across all genres for a short while. Yippee! Back to the Seki mines? Soon, yeah. Soon. We get a few minutes. Paper Town's the worst John Green book. I am not a John Green fan. I know a lot of people who are, but I've never been able to enjoy John Green for some reason. I don't know why. Welcome, readers. Welcome, Joe. The Seki stream cursed me. Oh no, I'm sorry, Weeby. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Mouse, bye, Mouse. Hello, Corday. We are just playing a little bit of Tiny Bookshop, a cozy game that released today, until Joe gets something to eat. And then he will join us. You might say Medhead. Hazelante. We'll return to Kate's no good, bad luck, miserable day momentarily. Please enjoy some cozy books. Thoughts on picnics? I love picnics. I'm gonna be honest. I love picnics. Please help me out here. Sometimes people ask for help if they can't find what they're looking for. Press Y to help them. They won't help forever. Maybe you notice some books can show up across different genres. This doesn't impact how a customer perceives the book. But you can use it to recommend books in a genre where your customer might not have been looking. Oh, so it does let you recommend books that they don't know they might want. Okay. So it needs to be suitable for an 8-year-old, but I'm not a fan of romance. Do you have anything like the Lorax? So like something environmental. Dragon Ball
Lorax.
Volume 1. Hey, welcome.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going okay.
Going okay?
It's going okay.
Are you gonna grab something to eat, or are you good to go?
I'm gonna go in just a second. What is this gonna? Do you run a bookshop, or you just
yeah,
visit a bookshop?
you run a bookshop. So this is Tiny Bookshop. It just released today. I've been waiting for it. You basically run a little bookshop, and people come and shop there, and you decorate it, and you recommend what is actually real books. I discovered. That's what we just found out.
They're
real books, yeah, in all sorts of different genres. So people come in and ask for stuff, and you give them book recommendations, and then you decorate, and it's pretty chill. Is that legal? Well, it's there's no actual it doesn't have any actual excerpts. It just has their information, so it's kind of like free advertising.
That's cool. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna go take Gatsby out, go drink, and eat a protein bar.
All right, see you soon.
Sweet.
Yay! Death Note has the intellectual depth suitable for an 8-year-old. Go with that. Hey, watch out. Death Note is one of like 3 anime that I like. Be careful. Yeah, it probably does fall under fair use. Okay. Suitable for an 8-year-old, the Lorax, so like an environmentalist type thing. And cart. Let's see. See around us. Maybe not. Probably not The Handmaid's Tale. The Parable of the Sower. Oh, no. No. All of the House of Usher. The Woman in White. I feel like, unfortunately, Howlin'... maybe not Allen Ginsberg. Hold on. Is it because L is Death Note Psy? I mean, you have your cause and effect wrong. Probably no Sylvia Plath. I wonder if... The Magic World is actually maybe... The Magic World actually might be the best suited thing we had for this one too, but oh hell yeah, Tiny Bookshop. Hey, Dalmic. So this means you always want to keep a healthy stock of all of the different genres available. Okay. Liking Death Note for L is just so fair. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Maybe Artemis Fowl. Is Artemis Fowl Lorax coded? Magic World and Dragon Ball are the most kid-friendly, I feel like. I think maybe the Magic World clears here, too. Is Artemis Fowl environmentalist? I never read it. Only my little brother did. Or, like, I read one and I didn't. It's not environmentalist, not the first book. Maybe we go with, maybe we go with this. Capitalism Ho. Yeah, this is a bookshop reciteer. Like, let's try Magic World for this one as well. Yippee! All right. Edith Nesbit is quite like the most Lorax coded thing on that shelf, probably, having read her when I was a kid. So the elves are environmentalists, but they're antagonists of the first book. Oh no. I need some help. Okay. What do we get? Shh, honey, we're talking to the bookseller right now. I'd like a book with some mystery. It wouldn't hurt if it had a thrilling, gripping plot. And I love that whodunits are having a comeback. Didn't we have one right here? Violets are blue. James Patterson. In this thrilling and bloody case, Detective Alex Cross investigates another macabre murder with undeniable signs of vampires while being haunted by someone from his past. Or we could give her The Haunting of Hill House, which would be badass. I think I want to give her The Haunting of Hill House over Have you read many books? I have read many books. I think I'm going to give her The Haunting of Hill House. This looks perfectly mysterious. It is, baby. Bookshop can get bigger as the catalog. Yeah, we can buy more bookcases to put in there, I think. There's room for maybe 3. I didn't know The Haunting of Hill House was based on the book. Yep, it's by Shirley Jackson, who is like one of the best American writers of that time period. Shirley Jackson also more famously maybe wrote The Lottery, the short story that's used in English classes everywhere. For those who don't know, I was an English professor in my former life. I taught classes that crossed over both games and books. So I actually taught a class in which we played Disco Elysium and read The Lottery. just for context. Is she the one who wrote We Have Always Lived in the Castle? I think so, yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Prove it. Give us a fact about literature. Did you know Shakespeare is responsible for coining over 1,200 words? Some of them are just like tense, like word tenses. You know what I mean? But he used words in a unique way over 1,000 times. Coining. Egg? Egg soon. Egg when Joe gets back. Before you were reincarnated into a PNG mouse. Yeah, if you stay an English professor long enough, you become a VTuber. I'm sorry. Big reader, huh? Read for us right now then. You could just read Disco Elysium by reading Germinal. Oh, interesting assertion. Oh, they have a coffee machine? All right, we're gonna wait until stuff gets discounted. We have plenty of books. Kinda wanna go to the beach again. The vile and evil night owl, a specter of Mouse's past life. So true. All right. We are way low on kids' books. So let's stock up on those. We also need some travel books. And... okay. Here we go. You cannot say any variant of Dalmec. That's true. They're good at tracking down different variants of Dalmec, even if you think you're being creative. Do you guys give recaps before starting? Don't normally catch Sunday streams? Well, we usually give a recap of what happened right before this, but if you haven't seen them at all, you're going to be really lost because we are at the last, like the final chapter of Sekimeya. Did you have your class pirate Disco Elysium or got uni to pay? They had to go get it the same way you would get a textbook, basically. Sekimeya is unfortunately the most confusing story of all time. It would be really difficult to give a recap of everything that's happened. Seeing that the books are color-coded makes you want to hide a mystery book via color coding. Ooh. Whoop, there's a new one. I'm 6 hours behind. How bad is that on a scale between Steins Gate to Death Note? 6 hours behind is, I would say, Cowboy Bebop. Need a hand over here. Shiny, we're talking to the bookseller right now. I want something easy, entertaining, and uncomplicated. I wouldn't say no to a good mystery. Do you have anything like The Hidden Staircase? Death Note Volume 1. Death Note Volume... A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Monster, Volume 1. Damn, my brother said I should watch this one. I have to say see you later, Space Cowboy, and have a nice stream. Thank you, Pilsifer. I hope you have a good time. My brother really, he says he likes Monster. I think maybe this would be okay. A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. How about this? Oh, didn't like it. This makes my too difficult. Okay, my bad. My bad. It sounded really simple. That's my bad. Monster is a genuine masterpiece. That's good to know. If you could try to convince me to buy this game. I don't really stream to convince people to buy stuff, but if you play Tiny Bookshop, you get to run a bookshop and talk to people about books, which to me is a peak lifestyle. So if that's peak lifestyle to you, I can recommend it. And if it's not, that's okay too. Death Note and Monster were more thriller than mystery. Oh, you weren't here for the conversation that would kill Jads. That's how I know that. Naoki Urasawa's manga is good, but IMO, his best release is a Japanese TV show called Monben, where he goes and talks to different manga artists and watches their process and unique creation methods. Actually super chill and interesting. Oh, interesting. Scarab, the conversation that would kill Jads that you were not here for was it is supremely unuseful to argue whether something fits into a category, and instead it would be more useful to say what happens if we examine Monster through the lens of a thriller versus that of horror, instead of trying to decide whether it's more one than the other. This is one weird trick to kill Jads on his feet. What should I pick? I'm partial to a good fantasy novel, and I like going on epic adventures in my reading. However, horror stories can sometimes be a bit too much for me. Ooh. Epic adventure. I reject your hypothetical and substitute my own. That's okay. The sea around us. Ooh. Martian Chronicles. Labels are kind of suck. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Give that woman some Brandon Sanders and send her on the way. I play games for escapism. My day-to-day life is already like this game. That's why I love depressing games that make me sad. Damn, I wish that was me. Damn, I wish that was me. Okay, a fantasy novel and epic adventures. What color is fantasy? Purple is fantasy. We have the Napoleon of Notting Hill. Carmelia, the lesbian vampire story you didn't know you needed. Ooh, The Handmaid's Tale. Not exactly an epic adventure. And the Martian Chronicles. Don't know. Don't know if any of these qualify as an epic adventure. Maybe one of the classics? Owl and Other Poems. Oh, we have Around the World in 80 Days. That could work, right? I think this game is about books. Yeah. Oh, yeah. George Washington Machine is saying Around the World in 80 Days might not be a bad choice. You're right. Yeah. Let's do Around the World in 80 Days. Oh, you managed to surprise them with an unexpected pick. Good job. Good job. Have you ever read The Scarlet Pimpernel? No, actually. Yay. Try this one and keep on shopping. Yippee. Hey, you look like you're good at picking up stuffs. My mom told me we have to go home, but I don't have all my shells yet. Shells?
So do they have to like
oh, hello.
pick the spread of books that you have here, or do they just give them to you?
You pick the genre of books that you have, and they assign you like random books in that genre. So you don't pick like the exact books that you have on the shelves. You have to fulfill their requests from like what you have.
Is it possible for someone to come in and ask you for a book that you don't have?
Like a perfect match for it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So you try to be a little creative with it, basically. Joe's a bit quiet. You are a bit quiet, actually.
Okay. Let me see if I can turn myself up in settings. Nope, I'm as max as I can be. Can you turn me up? Or am I at 200% already?
I could turn you up a little. I'm afraid it'll make you a little bit robotic. Hold on one second. Oh. Let me just check. Alright, say something?
Sucker Mary Barrels.
Should be louder now. Is he robot at all? Sorry to caps, but I'm invested in the bookcases. Uh-oh. Alright.
Maybe I just sound different compared to what they heard on the stream before. So
you were also quiet on my levels that I could see. So we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. Okay. Sorry, chat. We're gonna close the book game. Yeah. You also might talk louder when you're reading out loud. Yeah.
It's true.
This seems more interesting than Sekimeya. Unfortunately, we would be wasting Joe's time because he can't actually play it. So let's change the stream category.
We don't want that.
We've got emotional support Sai on the stream. Thank you, Xerxes. How are you feeling about Expedition 33?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't like the last fight that I did today, but yeah, it's pretty good.
I wasn't there. I didn't see what you did.
It was the chromatic goblin that you can only parry, and it just keeps having turn after turn after turn after turn. Yeah.
Oh.
Kind of irritating.
That is a little irritating, yeah. I'm woefully behind on Seki Sunday. Alright, see you later, Haydener.
What if you dodge him? Does he wear out himself out if you dodge, or you have to do the counterattacks?
I don't know. I didn't fight that enemy, I think. Dominic says, alrighty, now that Joe's here, I have an important question for both of our illustrious streamer hosts. What could this be?
Uh-oh.
What could this be? What could it be? Oh shit, it changed the loading screen. Oh, let me stream this to you. That kind of jump scared me. Can you see it?
It's loading.
Yeah, it says not sharing, but okay, let me try again. It's just
I can see it on your stream. I have the stream up, and it's like a maze.
yeah, it's a maze.
A glass
I guess.
maze that has been spun.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It doesn't want to load on. Let's try this. I'm gonna have to disconnect and reconnect. 1 second.
For no reason at all, how many peaches do you think you can buy for 40 euros? That's 64 CAD or 46 US. In Europe?
Yeah, that was my question. Like where? Like where are we buying it?
It's not gonna help me.
Wherever your heart desires.
That can't be true. They're gonna be different.
Yeah, they're gonna cost
price,
different if depending on whether you're close to the source or not. In your local supermarket, see, this depends too, because I just went to the supermarket the other day and it was an organic supermarket, so it was marked up anyway, and yellow and white peaches cost different amounts. Like, it was like okay.
I'm gonna guess it's like $2 a peach Canadian. So I think I could probably get like 32 peaches.
Okay, $46 US. I'm gonna mark them down from the super expensive organic grocery store that I went to. I'm going to guess I could get 50 peaches.
Error 2015. Stream failed to start.
Now, suppose hypothetically we had a mutual acquaintance who had the answer to this question based on real experience. Hold on, I'm gonna drop in. I'm gonna drop and rejoin. Okay, I'm back. Oh shit. Well, Mouse, maybe good news I got uncursed for now. Well, the bad news is that Joe and I can't start a Discord call together. Yeah, Dominic's peaches are too powerful. Sorry, I forgot that chat could still hear me. Let's see. Will this work? Awaiting endpoint. Oh. There's a full-on Discord voice outage. Oh, no. Okay, well. Okay. Yeah, we'll use Twitch together. Sorry, chat. Trying to do like 1 or 2 things at once is really difficult right now. It showed you were collabing with yourself for a sec on Twitch. What's better than one of me? Oh shit. All right, let me one second. Okay, say something, Joe. Oh. No, it's not picking you up at all. Yep. No, it's not you. It's something on my end. Let me use a different browser. 1 second. Sorry, everybody. No thank you, Discord. One second. Okay. I'm back. Can you hear me? Okay. And now try doing this. Now say something.
Sekimeya barrels.
Oh my god, he's back. Okay. Now I have to put filters on you all over again. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Maybe I don't have to put filters on you all over again. See something? Nope.
Cord here.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Okay. We can hear him now.
Oh, it's better now.
Okay. Let me put. He's tiny. Yeah, he's you can copy filters, can I? I don't know how to do that.
I turned myself up on the amp, but I'm too small to get out of the chair to reach it.
Oh my god.
I can't, it's too far away. If only I could get over there and turn the dial.
I'm so little, I'm so little. Copy filters. Paste filters. All right, talk now.
Hello.
There he is. Okay. POV, your streamer boyfriend has shrunk himself and can't reach the microphone. Help. There's an Among Us at the lower center of the screen.
There is.
Oh. Okay. The only thing about doing this is that it won't have music, unfortunately for you.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What was the end of the peach bit?
What if I... No, you'll be able to hear yourself. What was the end of the peach bit? I don't know what the end of the peach bit was. Actually, that's a good question. Would you believe me if I said this mutual acquaintance's answer to how many peaches can you get for 40 euros was 2? Oh.
20 euros a peach.
Oh.
Was it Balder?
No, it was Irene. Look above Rinfurnace. Okay, but what if the peach was 2 big Japanese peaches and the person who bought them never had a peach before? Can I justify myself from my purchase? You paid 40 euro for 2 peaches?
How big are these peaches? Are they like the size of watermelons? Maybe that's acceptable? I don't know.
How do I know more than one person who's never had a peach before? That's crazy. American tariffs? Irene is an American! Can you post a photo in Mousecord? Yes, you can. You can, yeah. Gotta go to Mousecord if you want to see the peaches. You can post it in stream chat.
Peaches.
Millions of peaches for me. Or if you're Irene, 2 peaches for 40 fucking euros. Holy shit. Okay, but what if it's the peach the Okami goddess is in? Oh.
Anderson JPH, invited by Anderson JPH. What?
You just invited yourself over?
Whoa.
They had roughly the diameter of a Nintendo Switch Joy-Con? I guess that's kind of a big pitch.
Say?
That's what mod actions say? That's weird. Okay.
I didn't invite anything. I didn't hit that button. Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on. Do I sound okay though? Do we sound good?
I think so. You sound fine to me.
Let's do some reading. I want to read Sekimeya. I didn't do any of my homework, by the way.
I also didn't do any homework. So if you weren't here last time, we're in the final chapter of Sekimeya, which is, of course, the quiz. So we've had a couple of someone in chat was asking for a summary of so far, which we're absolutely not able to give in total, but I'll give a general summary, which is we were following the story of a guy named Katsuki, or Atsuki if you have no love, who got trapped in a tower for 12 hours with a bunch of other people. He went there because there was a super fancy gem on display called the Sekimeya. Right before he and his friend Shiroya went to see it, we find out that one of their friends called Mia died in a tragic accident. It turns out that there are 2 of the eggs and they time travel. And while stuck in the tower for what seemed to be 12 hours, we actually had shenanigans that were occurring at a honestly just what must have been just a frenetic pace. Like, my God, like people were in the room when we didn't even know it. Like, there are hundreds of Katsukis running around, that sort of thing. So now all of the mystery has been building, and in the final chapter, we are going through probably the thing that will answer all of the questions, and then as we do it, they're quizzing us to see whether we're smarter than a visual novel writer. So that's it. Sorry, I wanted to say hi to Gyoko-tan.
We're not.
Yeah, we're not at all. Been lurking here since the second stream, posting because I wanted to wish you good luck on the test today. Pico waits, thank you. So yeah, that's so we're undergoing the quiz. So yeah.
I don't even remember the question.
Well, the question was, right, we ended on a question because we thought that was a good reason. That was a good thing to do for some reason. Oh, what? So he saw the Sekimeya hit the floor next to the event room, and he said it doesn't make sense that they touched it and it fell when they disappeared. And then the options were because they would have come back here after appearing in the past, because the Sekimeya shouldn't have worked, because of its color, or because the Sekimeya would have teleported. I think it's either A or C. Or it could be B because he knows that there are multiple now. Right?
Is the question trying to is the question, what does Katsuki not understand about the Sekimeya that we do?
I think so. Yeah, it's like, what does Katsuki think is the reason that the Sekimeya, that they couldn't have teleported, basically. I believe. I have no idea if it necessarily means that what he's saying is true. I do not know. That's the problem, right? Like, we have to figure out what was different here. What is behavior he was not expecting here? I think they actually did teleport. But it looks different from what he's expecting. And then whenever we pick it, like, he'll reason his way past it and be like, oh, that's what's different. You know what I mean? It's framed really weirdly. I really don't necessarily understand what they're asking here.
I don't understand it either.
Yeah. Should we just pick one at random?
Like, this is the same Sekimeya that he thinks he found in the cabinet, right?
You might find the Sekimeya I saw. I wonder what he'll do if he actually does. It wasn't working, so he won't be able to activate it. Wait, and then they say, wait, did Kate find a Sekimeya in hallway B? So here he thinks it might be a different one.
Yeah.
So he said it's seriously burning. So there's no reason that... So he doesn't know any... I think it has to be A, because he doesn't know anything about the hypothetical Sekimeya that they found. Unless he assumes that it's the same one. Does this Katsuki know
about going to the future yet? I don't think he does he?
I don't think he does, no.
Oh, no, hold on. He January 5th about the...
Oh, yeah, no, he does. You're right. Okay,
yeah,
so I think he thinks they'll come, but how would he know? No, because he doesn't know how long it would have been. So he doesn't know where they would have gone if he went in there. So it can't be A.
Because Sekimeya would have teleported. It's definitely not D. So it's B or C.
Yeah, it's B or C.
I think, I'm not sure. I only got 50% confidence. I think it's B.
Okay.
Because I feel like he thinks that it's the same one that was in the cabinet and it shouldn't have worked. I think it's B. Why do you think it's C, the color?
I'm not sure. I know, I agree that it's probably B or C, but this question is framed so strangely that
I've been wrong more than I've been right so far, so maybe you should go color.
No, I think we can go B. I think we can go B. Sorry, before I do, thank you for Gaussian Storm for resubbing. Not going to hang out for Sekimeya barrels because I'm behind on VODs, but have a good stream. Thank you, thank you. You're not here to hear it, but thank you. Someday you'll hear it. Thank you, Jamo211 for cheering 100 bits with Yes We Scran. Okay.
Yes, we scran.
And thank you, Haunted Curio, for resubbing with literally my first Sekimeya stream. You might want to go. you might want to go.
Wait, hold on. Is there even a comment about the color that since he saw the Sekimeya on the floor?
No, he just said, I saw what had hit the floor. It was a Sekimeya. What just happened? Did they touch it so it fell and they disappeared? That doesn't make sense though. Because of its color, yeah. So he saw it, but he didn't comment on the color.
Okay, so
when they picked it up, they said it was hot. So
yeah. So that would mean that the color would be the same. It sounds like it's repeating B to me, that it's the color that it would be like, because you looked at it earlier, it's the wrong color. But now I'm thinking that maybe this is a test to see what should the Sekimeya look like, and maybe the future one looks different after it's used.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I don't know either. Like on vibes alone, I think it's the color one, like because it seems like they would be most likely to use to like jump scare us, basically. You know what I mean? Like if they were gonna try to get our asses, it seems like it would be the color.
I think the next line is gonna be, yeah, it shouldn't have worked, but it did. So what have I gotten wrong? Or it should be, well, the color is wrong, but it still did work. Exactly. So therefore, there's something about the color. Yeah. So like, what is it? What is it gonna be?
I think.
Let's go color. Let's go color.
It's yes. We love to make things based on predicting writing choices. Okay. So do you want to take narration?
Sure, I can take narration. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little smaller on my screen than usual though, so bear with me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I make it bigger with control? No, I can't. I can't at all. Okay.
Can you pop it out?
Screen share volume. No, I can't do that. It won't let me pop it out now. It's okay. I can still read it. It's just a little smaller. That's all.
Okay.
It's color. It's white.
Oh God, where's the window? Okay.
If they had touched it, it would be gray. I approached it while scanning the area around me. Then I felt it through my sleeve.
Oh, they want to know if you want to know when the Discord outage is fixed so that you can hear the music.
Sure. It's probably good to switch back afterwards. Yeah.
The music is pretty banger. Okay, thank you, Weeby.
Damn, it's super hot. Just like Tay said, there's no way they activated it. Wait, what? They had to have been going to the event room, so I opened its door. Somebody
else activated the other Sekimeya and teleported them before they could use that one.
Oh, how the fuck were we supposed to figure that out? When did this happen?
I don't know.
When I did, I hit something on the other side. It was the Sekimeya. It was the corpse.
In the event room? I got no clue what's going on here.
Sekimeya. It's another Sekimeya.
It's another Sekimeya. It's another Sekimeya. Yay, Sekimeya! Sekimeya barrels. Shall we?
Yeah.
Should we actually
do it?
It was not another.
Yeah!
It was another Sekimeya.
It was another Sekimeya. However, it was powered off.
Okay, so someone did use the one in the event room and teleported them all. That's really funny.
Oh, what? What happened? They touched this one instead? Hang on, is this the one I found in the cabinet? If it's not working now, that means it was previously working. The empty cabinet was uncovered. I feel like we're meant to know when this happened in the previous chapters, and I have no fucking idea.
No, we're rolling with it. We're rolling with it. We're gonna test our power of morbing according to writer choices. Like that is what we're testing ourselves on, right? I consider this a test of us as writers and readers more than of Sekimeya knowers. We're just gonna figure it out based on what a writer would do.
Oh man. The amount of people that have probably teleported in time travel to the future and not even known it at this point is crazy.
Yeah, Outson is like, oh god, people getting teleported by random nearby Sekimeya. Yeah, if you get teleported to the future, you literally don't even know. So like at this point, it's just like the document is just a fool's errand. Like hopefully they'll tell us at the end what happened and they'll make the document for me.
Oh, that's why the lights were off, so they couldn't see that the smoke had been cleaned.
Yeah.
That's why. Fuck.
Shit, you're right. Oh god damn it.
That's why the lights were off. Because otherwise, it was a month later they cleaned the smoke. I went to room A1. Inside the same cabinet from before, a third Sekimeya rested.
So this one's fake. This is the fake one.
This one's fake.
This one's fake.
The Sekimeya.
Oh, but you know what though? That what just happened confirmed something that I thought had to be true, which is that you cannot take another Sekimeya with you when you travel, even if you're holding it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Unless it's the fake one.
What the hell? There are 3 of them? I felt it through my sleeve as well. As I expected, it was cold. So this one doesn't work?
Hatched Sekimeya.
Frowning, I went back to the event room. 2 functional Sekimeya were on the floor, close to each other. A vague idea had formed in my head during the hours I'd been waiting. Was I right? Could you mark a Sekimeya with a Sharpie?
Whoa. There's post-it notes in those offices upstairs, I bet. You don't have to write directly on it. You can just Sekimeya post-it note.
F for future, P for past. There we go.
That's it.
Where was everyone? If they had traveled through time, where were they?
Touch both Sekis at the same time. I think that's what happened to the person who got stuck in the door and split open by the door, which was crazy, by the way.
Yeah, that is crazy. Wait, I have to see if I can find them. This is critical. Focused on my thoughts, I walked through the crystal floor. Atsuki suspected that perhaps the others had appeared outside the tower, the others had traveled to the future, the others were no longer in that world.
He's got to be morbing future timeline right now, right?
He's got to be. Like, otherwise it's just like, guess what Katsuki might be thinking right now?
Yeah.
Which is a dangerous question.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I think it has to be the future.
Yeah, I agree. Is nobody here? What about Sai? Did he disappear with everyone else? I had to look above too, so I grabbed both functional Sekimeya and went up the stairs. I reached the attic and saw the door was open. However, the key wasn't in the keyhole. Were we right? Like, I don't know. Like, Recent footprints were in the living room, but I couldn't hear anyone moving around. I looked in the kitchen, the bathroom, the storeroom, both bedrooms. They were all empty. I don't think the people who were in hallway B are currently here. I sat on the sofa. The Sekimeya I'd seen weren't there anymore, likely because they were the same ones I was holding.
Oh.
This world, it's clearly not the one I started in. Many things are happening differently.
He's finally realized the timelines.
So we were wrong?
Yeah, he finally realized the timelines. We did have to guess what he was thinking.
That question wasn't fair. That's okay. Whatever. It's fun. We're engaged.
We're so engaged. We're having so much fun. Okay. All right.
I thought that maybe the past changed at some point. This would have led to the countless deviations I've noticed. But there's something about this world that I recognize. And if I'm really recognizing something from this world, there's no way it was created after the first time I visited it. What Katsuki recognized from this world was...
Okay, sorry. And if I'm really I thought that maybe the past changed at some point. This would have led into the countless deviations I've noticed, but there's something about this world that I recognize. And if I'm really recognizing something from this world, there was no way it was created after the first time I visited it. So it's not the empty tower. I don't understand. This is also a really confusing question.
Wait, which Katsuki is this? This Katsuki.
This is original Katsuki.
Yeah,
right?
This is timeline 1 Katsuki, which is not the first Katsuki to enter the tower. He's the one that entered with Shiroya in episode 1, and it ended with him in the dark, and then we've gone back to him, and then he went forward. Okay, so he didn't really do many. Did he do many fucking, like... Isn't he the one that when they opened the storeroom door, the door handle was fucking gone? I don't think he's ever seen a storeroom with a handle before. I don't know. I think it's Mia's existence, but I'm not sure.
If I'm really recognizing something from this world, there's no way it was created after the first time I visited it. So he thinks he's been to this timeline before, but it can't be Mia's existence because it was that was the first time he heard Mia. He's never heard Mia in the story before now, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah, but Irina said that she saw
Irina
Mia.
said Irina, but he didn't go to that world to recognize it.
No.
Because he's saying the first time I visited it. So he knew that Mia was there, but he did not perceive Mia at any point in the story until now. So I think it has to be the storeroom's handle.
Okay. Let's go with that one then.
I think.
That makes sense to me.
If it's not, then I'm going to be annoyed. But because it's either that or Mia's existence, I agree. But like, I don't think am I wrong? Did he see or hear Mia at any point before just now?
No, the downstairs in the dark is the first time he has ever heard Mia's voice in the tower.
Yeah. So if the answer is Mia's existence, I'm gonna be really annoyed because he didn't actually see or hear her at any point. Now I'm second guessing myself.
I think it could be either of them, but like you make a good argument. I would say that he could get himself there by saying, well, I must have been in some sort of timeline when Mia was present because there's no way Irina would have faked that or whatever, and someone else saw her too, right? But like that he didn't see her himself, so that's true. So that means he would he think that Mia visited his timeline instead of him visiting Mia's timeline? Would he go there? I can't remember a time ever where he saw the door handle.
I don't remember it either. That's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah. I'm gonna go pass out. Good luck on spinning the glass like again. You got Yasuhiro.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good night.
Good night, Yasu.
What did they handle the store?
Narratively, he just heard Mia for the first time since she died. So his mind would be on Mia, right? However, you are very much correct that he hadn't seen her before, so why would he think that he was in that world? But it would be classic Katsuki to be like, oh, I just heard my dead friend's voice for the first time. Let me go think about a door handle.
He didn't see the handle in episode 1, and I don't, so it might, now I think it might be Mia's existence because he didn't see the handle on the door. Oh,
is it, are we both wrong? Is it the empty tower? Has he ever been in the tower by himself? Is this the Katsuki that was alone by himself for a long time at some point? I don't think so, right? I don't think he's ever been here by himself.
He was always at least there with Sai, right? Or was that the other? That was timeline 2. Oh, fuck me.
There was a Katsuki that was alone for a while. I remember him being really alone. And remember he was stuck in the bathroom and he was like, oh, Sai can't get me in the bathroom because I'm in the bathroom, and if he knew I was in the bathroom, he would be able to get me. And then Sai didn't show up, and Sai had the same kind of moment. Was that the same Katsuki?
I don't know.
It wasn't, right?
No, that wasn't. That was the same Katsuki. Yeah, chat's right. That was the Katsuki that punched Sai. That was different Katsuki. But they were alone in the tower together though.
Yeah, that was timeline 3 Katsuki, the first timeline.
Yeah, that was timeline 2 Katsuki.
Yeah, so I think that's the only Katsuki that's been alone. I don't think it's 3.
Mia?
I think it's 1. But I'm scared.
That's really annoying. I don't know why we're scared. Like, it's not like we just guessed randomly at the last question. Should we go with Mia?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't think he saw the Storm's handle.
I don't remember seeing the Storm's handle. I don't remember it. Right. Or is it like the Storm's handle is there?
Well, it was. Well, I'm mad.
What I recognized from that world was Mia's existence.
Fuck, he did not fucking see. Okay, whatever. Yeah, okay.
Even though I
he
haven't been
heard
able to
her
see
voice.
What I heard was her voice. I can't doubt that.
But did he? Okay, whatever.
What about before? When that what happened, everyone was there. In other words, Sumari, Mia's existence wasn't something anyone found strange, not even my past self.
That was a very heartfelt Sumari.
Yeah, they're always heartfelt. A while ago, Irina claimed she saw Mia, but her reaction to that was appropriate. She said she didn't think Mia had been in the tower before. However, the same thing didn't occur shortly after that.
Of course, I'm assuming Mia's in on it as well. Not gonna keep trying to clear your name? I suppose it'd be futile with how obvious it is that this is your doing.
Okay, I'll ask. How'd you know about Mia? What? She's been here
the whole time. That's it. Ignore him from now on. He can't get out of the corner he's backed himself into.
Sai and Akaro acted as if Mia's existence was normal. And that's not all. Akaro disappeared after that point, and when he appeared with different clothes after 9, he said he hadn't been present at the last time I'd seen him. In addition, Sai's attitude at that time was different from how he behaved afterward. So when did that happen? When did Mia's existence become normal for the world?
Oh, Lord Almighty. When Irina touched the Sekimeya in the event room, when Katsuki touched the Sekimeya in room B6, or when Katsuki touched the Sekimeya in the staff room. It was when he touched it in the staff room, right? This is like, we could find it if we looked it up, but it's like annoying.
Wait, what is it asking? Is it asking when did Mia first appear?
He's asking when did he enter the world that Mia exists in. He's asking when did he go to timeline 2. So when Irina touched the Sekimeya in the event room is when she didn't disappear, right? But everybody else, but Sai disappeared. Which meant that they all traveled and Sai didn't. When Katsuki touched the Sekimeya in room B6, or when Katsuki touched the Sekimeya in the staff room. You could poll chat. Oh my god. Okay.
This one's all you. I have no idea.
It's okay. So it started right here. So he went, so this is all the way back here. It's when I think it's when he went to the storeroom. Okay.
Was he even in the staff room? Since he came downstairs?
Not sure.
So, sorry, hold on. So what it's asking is, how did he get into right now? How did he get to the timeline where Mia's normal? Okay.
Yes.
So he went upstairs with Shiroya. Shiroya was ahead of him, right? And she was caught in the radius of Naomi using the Sekimeya. Katsuki went downstairs. That isn't even an option. So, is it when he used the Sekimeya with Shiroya and they didn't move? And that was in B6, right? When were they in the staff room?
I don't think he's been in the staff room in this timeline, like when we're here right now. But this question is but is this question, sorry. When did Mia's existence become normal for the world? This is confusing.
Like, to me, that means like what Sekimeya travel made Mia live and Shiroya die. That's how I interpret that. But that's
yeah,
not
but it's not.
asking.
Is it like when did he first go to that timeline, or when did we see that happen in the visual novel the first time? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Arena touched the Sekimeya in the event room after seeing Mia, right?
I don't remember. Oh. Okay, chat's right. Chat said they're asking when did Sayanakaro say that Mia was around the entire time. So he is talking right before this. When he appeared with different clothes after 9 was when they were like up in the room, remember? And they both said that the Sekimeya was. So we need to be looking. No, that was when they didn't know who Tay was. No, she's with us. She has red hair, right? I'm assuming Mia's in on it as well. So this is the part where that happened. Arena and Isla have been here the whole time, but not you. So he was talking to the other Akaro and Sai here.
Did this Sai appear right after the other Sai disappeared? And they're like, oh, it's a different Sai?
I think so.
Because if that's the case, then it probably is when Arena touched Sekimeya, yeah. This question is confusing. It does make more sense with the context above it.
Oh yeah, it is when Arena touched the Sekimeya, I think. Because that was, yeah, let's do that. Okay. Yeah, okay. There we go. Jesus.
Arena, Sai, Shiroya, and I were in the event room. At that point, everyone was surprised to hear Arena mention Mia. When Arena touched Sekimeya, that changed. Both Sai and Akaro, who came from the outside the room, found Mia's existence to be an expected thing. Once again, that's not all. There was another major change.
Shiroya's existence, because they were surprised to see Shiroya, right? I think it's that.
They were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, they were like, when did this girl get here?
Can I see? Sorry.
You're okay. Yeah, what's this? They said, what's this girl doing here?
Okay.
And then Akaro said, aren't you dead?
Is it asking from their perspective? Because I guess it has to be that. There's no other answer that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it has to be that, because the Katei's existence thing happened later, because Katei does exist in that timeline. So in like that world, I guess we'll call it a world. They're calling it a world. So Katei does exist in that world. So they weren't confused about Katei. They were only confused about Shiroya. So I think it's
I guess it has to be that then, yeah.
These question framings are really weird. Okay, whatever. Yes, okay.
It was Shiroya's existence. Sai and Akaro were shocked at that when they saw her, and perfectly in line with that, I haven't seen her here.
They say Discord's back. Do you want to swap her or swap it break?
Let's swap right now. I think the music's good. We can come back onto this, right?
Yeah, we can come back onto this. Okay. All right, 1 second, chat. Sorry. He's back. Okay. All right. Let me make sure you are muted. Shit.
Okay, I muted myself on the browser. Do you want to keep the browser open just in case we need to go back to it?
I already closed it. It's okay. We can just pop it back up if we need it. Okay. Now let's try. We broke all of I can't believe we broke all of Discord voice by trying to stream the Sekimeya.
Sekimeya is that powerful.
Oh, it's doing the same thing. It's doing the same thing. Discord voice might be working, but streaming is still not working there. Well,
back to browser.
I guess so. All right, be right back.
Same link, or is there any different link?
I have no idea. Let me
Need a new one.
Yeah, I'll give you. All right.
Now the sound's gonna be messed up.
You should be okay. The stream is still kind of broken, but in a fun way. It says there's 3 mouses. Okay. Well. All right. Let me put you back as a Sekimeya. All right. All good?
Yep, all good.
Alrighty.
I haven't seen her here.
Why'd you say it like that?
When Arena touched the Sekimeya, something major occurred. I'm sure of that. The Sekimeya had some hidden effect all this time. That effect occurred when Arena touched it. That was definitely the strangest travel of them all. 3 major questions arose. Why did Arena, Shroya, and I not travel, but Sai did? Why did the Sekimeya teleport instantly back to its cabinet? Why was the range bigger than it should have been? Now I'm aware of a factor that I didn't consider at the time, which could be the answer to what happens.
Traveling to the future.
Traveling
or, well,
to the future.
The second Sekimeya is also... Oh, those are the same thing! Oh.
Yeah. Second one is more specific, so I think it's that one.
Yeah, I think it has to be the second Sekimeya. Come on. Because what if Tai... My god. Did Sai not travel with them because he touched the other Sekimeya at the same time? Because that would be really funny. I mean, I think it's the second Sekimeya because of the teleporting too. Like, the Sekimeya didn't teleport. They just went to a timeline where the Sekimeya was in its cabinet. So I think the second Sekimeya is the broader answer. I think you're right about that. We want to lock it in?
Are we going traveling to the future or the second Sekimeya?
Second Sekimeya.
Really?
I don't know. But now you said it that way and I'm just... Oh, when you said the second one, you meant traveling to the future. Shit. What would the range being bigger than it should have been be explained by traveling to the future?
I see, that's the part that's tripping me up. I
Yeah.
don't know. So basically at that time they thought that they were going to travel to the past when Sekimeya was touched, because they didn't know that there was a future traveling Sekimeya.
Yeah.
So when they touched it, they all jumped to the future, whereas the Sekimeya would just be like, back to its cabinet. They just jumped to a point in the future where the Sekimeya was already in its cabinet.
Yeah.
But so that's what happened. So B and C are correct for both of those.
Yeah.
But B or C does not answer why was the range bigger than it should have been.
Yeah, we don't know what the range thing is about.
Yeah. Even that, let's say the second Sekimeya is the future traveling one, has a bigger range. Like 2 kind of covers that too. There, traveling to the future.
Yeah.
Like, it's a different kind of traveling. Did Arena still have the Seki after that happened? No, it didn't.
They said it teleported to the cabinet. So that was when they said like she was holding it and she's like, oh, it teleported to the cabinet. So she didn't have it. I'm assuming at the time is the keyword here. He was not thinking of either of the latter 2 at that time. Like traveling to the future and the Sekimeya were both.
But we know that there's a second Sekimeya now, but he doesn't know for sure about the traveling to the future and how that works yet. He hasn't made that leap. So are we ahead of him right now because we know about it? Like,
I thought he did already talk about going to the future, though. Didn't you not?
Yeah,
because of the January 5th thing.
But I don't know if he knows that the second Sekimeya does that yet. I can't remember.
But he does know
if he's made that conclusion.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. So should we go the second Sekimeya?
That's one you like too, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that one.
I don't like this.
I just hope it's not. Yeah, the second Sekimeya. It didn't teleport. It was the second Sekimeya that was already in there because that's wrong. So I hope it's not that.
Yeah, that's true. Oh shit, you're right about that. Oh fuck. Now I'm backtracking. Oh. You're right that traveling to the future does explain the teleporting.
I hate this. Like, I hate,
which part?
The questions are so like odd. Like, yeah.
Yeah. The framing is just like, I get that they're framing it, like I understand the attempt to frame it in a way that like is narratively cohesive, you know, like it's like, oh, like we're gonna like make it part of the storytelling, like from the perspective of Katsuki, and it's like, okay, but thinking from the perspective of Katsuki fucking sucks. I got into let's not say an argument. I got into a strong opinion posting situation in the Seki thread, in which I was like, I think it has to do with the fact that you and I had to read all of his monologues out loud for the whole time, especially you. Mostly you had to read his monologues out loud. It's like, he's so fucking stupid, because what you're doing is they're spitballing you with like a whole bunch of different concepts and then like hiding some real ones in there. And then like following his train of thought, and it's supposed to be like building up Katsuki as like the guy who will figure this out at the end. But because we had to sit through meticulously reading every damn one of those stupid inner monologues out loud, he seems like the dumbest guy in the world. And so now to try to like be like, oh, how would Katsuki solve this, is like, he wouldn't, because he's dumb. Like
Mouse, are you ready? Are you braced for the moment that's coming later when he does for the third time? If I just think hard enough, I can make my future self do something, and it works. And then he says to himself, "That's why the past two didn't work, because I already had locked this one in, and this is why." Are you ready for that to happen? Are you ready for that to happen?
I don't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen. I don't want it to happen. I want to click traveling to the future. Can we click traveling to the future?
Let's go.
I just.
No, I don't believe traveling to the future is the answer to those questions. Fuck, it's the second. No, fuck off. Fuck off. No, it must be the second Sekimeya. Before we're going to touch Sekimeya, we enter the event room. Shuri and I were confused to see the Sekimeya in the cabinet. In my case, it was because I've recently hidden it, specifically in a locker in the staff room. When I saw it in the cabinet, I thought it must have teleported to its original place, or where the cold temperature was. The reality was, someone had moved it there. It was not the same Sekimeya. It was not the same Sekimeya.
Fuck off.
I don't think it was the same Sekimeya. However, the one I hid in the staff room was working, and the one in the cabinet when we touched it was working as well. So I think that what I believe to be the main... Sorry, I think that what I believe to be the main key to most of those questions is...
Which Sekimeya was activated? Because it goes to the future? Like, is that what we're leading up into?
Yeah,
I don't think the
so.
rest of these matter. If the number of people within range matters, I'm going to be really... The main key to most of those questions has to be... It has to be which
you're right.
Sekimeya was activated.
Yeah,
this is
it
where
feels
the
right,
fucking
yeah.
future, but I think we did it in the wrong order. It has to, we thought we were smart, we were too smart.
We were a step ahead of him, yeah. I'm not sure the Sekimeya was activated was the reason. What do you mean? The answer might be the location of both Sekimeya. The one in the event room spent 15 minutes outside the cabinet. Meanwhile, as I was still in the staff room around, it's 6:30. It should have gathered power there for almost half an hour. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's another way of saying... Whatever.
Yeah, that's another way of saying which Sekimeya was activated.
Whatever, it's fine.
The range of the Sekimeya arena touch should probably look like this.
Chat, we're not changing my mind on the assertion I made in the Seki thread that this would be my least favorite chapter. We're playing right into it.
Oh my god.
All right.
However, the hidden factor I didn't account for. He's back to the radius fucking diagram? This, what? Okay.
The other Sekimeya did it.
Was the Sekimeya in the staff room?
Yeah.
Was the rightmost set of lockers, and given the time it had been there, I imagine its range extended halfway through the event room. If this is what was special about that travel, then what happened to us? Side did travel because he was only in range of the arena Sekimeya. However, the rest of us didn't teleport through time or space. Is he gonna build up to they were both touched at the exact same time?
I don't know.
Instead, what changed was the world around us. Sekimeya didn't teleport back to the cabinet. That was a mere illusion. Then I quickly went to check the locker and found the Sekimeya I'd hidden there was gone. That was only contributed to the same illusion. I might be mistaken somewhere, but I don't think that was still the same world. However, what happened later? We did reunite with the Sai who traveled to the event room, didn't we? Similarly, Akaro and the other Sai weren't found again. It was as if we'd gone back to our world. I wonder, does that hypothesis solve every mystery surrounding that travel? What about the range? It was bigger than previous 15-minute travels, wasn't it? 2 functional Sekimeya existed. If their ranges overlapped, the Sekimeya's effect wouldn't just be time travel. Wait, what? I think that could be right. It's not an idea that can only be applied to that instance. So if the range of 2 Sekimeya overlap, if you're within like the Venn diagram overlap, that's when you go to a different reality? Do they have to be used at the same time? This is a huge leap for... I think I'm invincible as long as my future doesn't die, Katsuki. Where is everyone? The Sekimeya was just activated when both of them were close to each other on the crystal floor, and it doesn't seem like the others are still in this tower. How did I get to this world? Could it really be the same one we briefly visited? This morning, Shori and I witnessed the Sekimeya teleport, but that isn't what's been going on. The Sekimeya isn't teleporting, it only appears that way because the entire world is changing. When it happened, we found the Sekimeya inside a cabinet in room B4. It's very possible the other one was hidden nearby. That's why Naomi was running to the attic with both Sekimeya immediately after it disappeared. We chased her up, but in the attic staircase, Shiroya disappeared. When I looked at the living room, both Sekimeya were next to each other, and one of them was gray. As a result, neither Naomi nor Shiroya are here. Lastly, though, this would answer the question of how Naomi's corpse appeared 2 times. If Naomi touched the Sekimeya and the world around her changed, she would have appeared in the attic. The keys had been left behind, so she had no way to leave. That's what happened. That's what we saw on the floor of the living room. That's why we find Naomi dead twice. The Naomi that Shorya disappeared with was one of the 2 bodies we found dead. Does this mean that that version of Shorya was there since the beginning? The Naomi that Shorya disappeared with was one of the 2 bodies that we found dead. That is...
I don't know. I'm checked out. I'm out of it. I'm out. We made it 1 hour and 17 minutes into stream before I checked out.
I don't feel like we know enough information about Naomi to make this call right now. Like, Naomi is a big mystery.
Yeah.
Like one of Naomi's isn't even fucking dead, my weeb. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. I got no idea. This is a coin flip for me. I don't care enough to go back and check.
Which Naomi do we think is the one that got up like at the end of a movie that I almost spoiled and said you're the killer? Like what timeline do we think that one comes from?
chat, I want to remind everyone that I said I would personally time out anyone who unironically said, "Do you have all the pieces?" at the part where it was relevant. I said that, and I will stick to it starting now. So you should stop.
Can I see what he said again just before this? Now when the story disappears, one of the two bodies we found dead. That's the Sekimeya retreated in the attic. There's enough plans to know where to leave that. That's what happened. That's when we saw it on the floor of the living room. That's why we found. Can't you leave via the elevator?
You could. I think you only need the key to get up there with the elevator.
Yeah.
I think you can leave without it. I'm not sure. How long is the timeout? 5 years.
5 years. The knowing that we the Shreya found us I don't know. Fucking this motherfucker loves to go back and forth. No, that's wrong. I say incorrect. I don't fucking know though. This is a coin flip.
But then they're gonna fake us out and do a yes, that's right one, you know, because
that's right. Channeling Ryukishi. Maybe go correct then. Do you want to flip the coin?
Yeah, you want to flip it? You want me to flip it?
With me.
Well, I don't have a coin with me either. I just use a website. Heads correct, tails incorrect. What do you think?
Heads or tails? Heads or tails? All right, go. What'd you get?
I got heads.
I got tails.
All right, flip it again.
Okay, hold on. Heads it.
I got tails.
It's flipping. It's flipping. I got heads.
All right, try that. Do one more time.
Tails.
I got heads. We gotta keep flipping till they agree.
Okay.
I got heads. All right,
heads. Correct. It's correct.
No.
For fuck's sake. Unfortunately, it is not correct. While it's understandable for Atsuki to have made that mistake, I thought perhaps you realized the flaw. All right, what is it? So if I activate the Sekimeya right now, will I go back to the other worlds? When Shuri disappeared, she wasn't in the living room yet, meaning that she didn't leave any footprints. Okay, what the fuck does it got to do with Naomi being killed? Well, I wondered earlier how I've been here for 12 hours without being found when the searches we executed would have found me. Of course, in this world, this doesn't apply. Everyone is gone. Where are they, though? Am I really correct in what I'm thinking? Everyone who's in hallway B is no longer in this world. If that was the case, are they in the world I came from? Is that possible? It might be, but it doesn't feel right. After all, if this is the world where I was when Arina touched Sekimeya, Sai and Akara must eventually come back. Must they? It was a speculative mess, especially because I couldn't prove anything. However, the fundamental basis I was working with seemed correct. What exactly were the body double mysteries? I can't understand Shuri's case at all, and I'm not sure about Sai's. Isla's, though, could her friend have been the Isla from this world? From this world, I don't know what the hell to think, and that's mostly due to the most blatant example, the second Akaro. The Akaro who had different memories and disappeared from the bedroom. Did he come from a different world in the way that I'm thinking? If so, he couldn't have been the Akaro from this world because he didn't know who Kate was, but he did know Shiroya.
He's so smart.
Now, what have you been thinking all this time? Do you have your own answers? Who
yes
the fuck
or no?
is talking to us?
This is the creator.
What is the explanation behind that Akaro? There are 3 timelines.
He was from another world.
He was from another world.
He was from another world.
Yeah, he was from another world.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. All right, a world beyond Katsuki's knowledge. So where did that Akaro come from? Could he have come from a world without Kate? If that's it, though, this is just too fucking confusing. Sorry, I thought the narrator said too fucking confusing. Could changing worlds bring me to any kind of world? There could be infinite worlds, and the Sekimeya could act as random bridges between them. So true. Now tell him.
Oh my god.
Tell him why he's wrong.
Fuck you, Katsuki. Fuck you, Katsuki.
We gotta
How
get
many
this one
worlds
right.
are there? 3.
3.
3.
Oh, wait, hold on. Does it have to be typed out?
Can it be both? Can it be either? What do we think, chat? 3. Expedition 33. Either works. Final answer?
3.
Oh, fuck.
Yes. Only 3 different worlds exist. Really?
Year of
Okay.
threes.
All right. How did you know that, though? How could you be sure of such a powerful assertion? Well,
Because
if I
the
was part
3
software, it'd be
worlds-
Google. It's 4 letters?
They exist. What?
Sorry, hold on. Is it actually 4 letters, or is that
I
just
don't
a
know
stand-in
if it's 4
for
letters.
for
I don't know.
input a word?
Chat says yes.
Yes, they indicate a letter count. Okay.
Yeah.
4 letters. So I was thinking cycle.
Mouse of the Streams hates this one. I want it known that I've been posting exactly 3 dancing emotes intentionally, one for each world, all jamming to Seki songs this entire stream series. We figured out 3 worlds a while ago.
Oh, someone said loop. Loop is another word for cycle. That fits. 3 words loop. Loop.
Link?
Link is another good one. Link, yeah, link. 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 Loop. Loop timeline.
Loop,
Loop time.
smell, stink.
Stink.
Loop. Fart, yeah, fart, but yeah, now we're really in it. Alright. What's a 4-letter word for squid? Echo. Echo is another word that can...
Echo is another one, yeah.
Chat, what's
Echo.
your favorite 4-letter word?
The world's fuck. They fuck.
I think that's work. Bye, Jelly. Have a good day.
See you, Jelly. See you, Jelly.
Joms, Jads, Mets, Void, Chan, Edge. Loop? I guess loop. I don't
love it. I don't.
I want a word that means like overlap or like match. You know what I mean? Like they
Yeah. Or like coexist. Something like that.
yeah. Like
Like they feed into each other. Like you can't.
Link is the closest. I did type link.
Does that like make sense like grammatically though? Because the 3 worlds link?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Did you like it more than loop? Because I feel like it's one of these two, I think.
Sync?
Sync? Ooh, sync.
Sync is good.
Sync is good. Fold.
Sync. Fold into each other. I like that one too, actually.
This is a... I don't like this quiz, man.
Link, loop, sync.
Vibe. I'm feeling vibe. They do vibe, yeah. They do vibe. I don't know. This is my worst nightmare.
I like Link. I think go Link. I like Link. That's my favorite. What's your favorite?
Link.
Link. Why is it proven that there are not infinite worlds? Why can't a 4th one exist?
Should I let go of the part of you that just wants to try hard the quiz? Some of it's bullshit, just vibe. I'm sorry. Have you ever watched a stream from either of us before? Ever? Sorry. I don't. Do you think either of us is the type of person who can follow that instruction? No offense, Joe.
And I took that personally. What? Yeah. Of
Full
course,
offense,
yeah.
me. Like, yeah, weird. It doesn't say first time chatter.
That's one of my favorite bits, by the way.
Yeah, I
love
like that bit.
so much.
Okay, do you want me to take over reading till break since you've been...
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Why is it proven that there are not infinite worlds? Why can't a fourth one exist? Oh, fuck off.
No! No! Fuck you!
It is because the three worlds loop, that is the essential core of the universe you've witnessed. Through the Sekimeya, the link...
Oh?
The link between three worlds looped. It says link in the answer.
Okay, are they both accepted then?
It'll count as correct? Okay.
Okay, all right.
Peak and spun also all work. Okay. All right. Backing off. Channel redeem for 1,000,000 points. That's half-assed this puzzle. I do that shit for free. The three sides of the mountain spun around, leading to a single peak. Oh, I see. That's what all of these, that's what all of these four-letter verbs, nouns are. Within eggs interlinked, within eggs. Okay. It is a fucking triangle. God fuck. But that doesn't answer all the questions, does it? Why only three worlds? Katsuki correctly figured out the Sekimeya's core secret. In each world, 2 Sekimeya existed. When one was activated, the active range sent anyone encompassed it through time. However, if both ranges overlapped, whoever found themselves present within both were not transported through time and space, but through worlds.
Oh my god.
This effect is called a world switch, although the full extent of the name might not make a lot of sense to you yet. Like everything about the Sekimeya, the world switch had many secrets of its own. Of course, you may have figured some of them out with the tools that you were given. Boulder says, "See what I mean about the tone?" Yeah, part of the conversation in Seki Full Chat was some people who read this visual novel with love said this felt like having like a comfy chat with the author of the visual novel. And they were like, hey, look at this fucking cool trick that I wrote. Look, I made it. It's so cool. Isn't it neat? And I like don't have that relationship with this at all. And so it feels like a weirdo came up to me and is like condescending to me about their fan fiction or something. Like, you know?
How could you, like, I don't know, maybe this is a sickness of my mind. I'm fine with time traveling when you touch an egg. Like, I'm fine with that. I'm also fine with, there's another time travel egg that sends you to the future instead. I'm fine with that. But once you get into the realm of,
oh, but if you happen to be in range of both of them, one of them is touched and you overlap and you're in range of both of them at the same time, instead of going through forward or back, depending on what egg was touched, you actually go to a different world. So you're like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, why? And also, how could I possibly have figured that out?
You just have to notice.
You just have to notice.
Does it make it better if Paquetto figured it out using that arena travel? I mean, like, realistically, if different people are going to read this and realize different things, so I'm just kind of like whatever about that aspect of it. I'm like not mad that we didn't notice that. That's fine to me. It was always obvious that there was a mechanic that we were missing that had to do with what makes you travel between worlds. I think we even discussed that last stream. Like, we didn't know what made you travel between worlds as opposed to just traveling in time.
Yeah.
I don't hate that part of it. I just don't like this quiz. Yeah, plenty of people went through chapter 2 completely clueless about not being sure yet. Exactly, yeah. Like, people notice different things. That's kind of whatever. But, like, I don't like, I'm not having a good experience with this quiz the way that other people had an experience with it. It's not even just the fact that it's a quiz, it's the way that it's framed is really obnoxious to me, unfortunately. Alright. There's one world in which only Katsuki is found alive in the tower. He's suspected of having been behind multiple crimes, but his life is suddenly cut short as he looks through a window. That world would be called A. Great. If that world is A, then the world in which everyone survived and left the tower... But how do we know which of the other two...
Yeah, what do you mean? Oh, maybe it's just letting us pick which one?
I don't...
Yeah, this is B. It's or is it coming sequentially?
I don't know. So this is originally... There's a world in which only Katsuki is found alive in the tower. So he's in Mia's world right now. So that makes Mia's world World A. The world in which everyone survived and left the tower is not Shiroya's world that she went to in Shiroya City, or like I don't know because the last ending, the bad endings aren't canon, so I don't know. The world in which everyone survived and left the tower. If they all traveled...
Wait, 1 second.
What?
So world A is when he's found on top of the elevator. And
Yeah.
Right? And he leaves. And then his life is cut short when he looks to the window because he sees Shiraya walking down the street and he runs over and gets hit by a car. Is that what we're thinking? Or does he die in a different way?
I thought that was like a bad end that we...
How did
When
how
did
did
that?
he
What
die in
chapter
one
was that
then?
in? Was that in chapter 4? What chapter was that in? It was in 3? Okay. Alright.
No, did he even look out a window in that one? Wasn't he just walking down the street and suddenly just bolted across the street to get to her?
Oh,
Maybe
it was
wasn't even
when he
looking
looked out the window and a third of people disappeared. It was that weird bullshit. It was when he looked out the window and wished that like everything would be different, and then everybody disappeared. Remember?
Oh, so that's the end of the one where there wasn't a Kate, right?
No, was that the one there wasn't a Kite? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, so Sai was split. Shiraya was dead. Arena was okay, so it must have been the world without Kite. If Shiraya was there, and it wasn't the first one.
So let's go back to the question. What was the one where everyone lived?
The one where everyone survived and left the tower. Was that
tower? Was that with Shiraya or was that with Miya?
Oh god. So that world is A. So if that world is called A, that's the third world that we saw. So we were right that was actually the original one. Right?
Yeah, that's the original one.
Okay, so that's the original one.
Yeah.
So then the question is, what is the second one that was created? Basically, in which everyone survived and left the tower. Was that... When did we see... So, sorry. Four of them are dead in Mia's timeline, or at least the. So wait, what did it say about the newspaper and her getting?
We don't even see them get out in the first timeline.
No, we don't. They don't get out in the first timeline.
In episode 1. But a bunch of people die in both episode 1 and 2. Maybe it's from different timelines. Episode 2, what the fuck happened? Doesn't Miya die at the end of episode 2? Remember we were like, holy shit, that we thought we were really surprised how many people died at the end of episode 2?
I'm looking at that now. It was when No, nobody died because it turned out that even Naomi was still alive.
You're the murderer.
Because Kate, Sai, Akaro, Arena, Ayla, Katsuki, and Miya are all here. So it was Mia's timeline where everybody was alive.
Okay, so do you think it's going backwards? Do you think episode 3 is timeline A, which is the first timeline, episode 2 is timeline B, which is the middle one, and episode 1 is timeline 3, which is the last one? Or
maybe? I still don't really understand the question, like the difference between B and C. Like, I guess it's asking us which of those timelines came next in the loop or whatever.
Yeah, so how did the loop happen? Do we think it was okay? So they originally went in and Miya was dead, right? So Shiraya was alive, Miya's dead.
Yeah.
At the end of that loop, someone goes back in time and saves Miya, but Shiraya dies. So Shiraya is dead and now Miya's alive. And then after that, someone goes back again another time and tries to save Shiraya this time, and then maybe Miya's alive this time too, but we just never saw her. Or like, what do you think?
That could be possible. They could have thought she died and she didn't actually.
Yeah, it seems like kind of a trick question to just make you pick B in the next sequence. I don't know. I would go with B at this point, but I've been wrong a lot today. So
No, it's okay. It's okay. You were also right a couple of times, and we picked the other one. So I think we'll go with your instinct and go B, because this is like the most weirdly framed question so far.
I also think that if it is C, that means there's no other timelines we can do, and that means Shoroya is dead forever, and there's no way they would keep Shoroya dead forever. Like, it's like Shoroya is the one that's going to survive Edamia and Shoroya.
No, that world is C.
Oh,
Okay, well,
what the fuck are you talking about? B is the world in which the recorder was present. At 9 o'clock, Katsuki, Sai, and Arena weren't able to escape. You're reading, I'm sorry.
it's okay. By world switching from world A, people were brought to... B is the world in which the recorder is present. At 9 o'clock, Katsuki, Sai, and Arena weren't able to escape. By switching from world A, people were brought to... World... Is it C? I'm so confused by this. Sorry. I'm actually having problems.
World A is the one where there's no Kate.
That's
So
right, yeah.
Kate, the people in World A with no Kate that we saw from... Whose perspective were we seeing from that from? Was that Shoroya's?
Yeah, it was Shoroya again.
When did we see that? We saw it from Shoroya's perspective. When she walked out of the storeroom and pretended that she had been there the whole entire time, right?
Okay,
And that's,
so...
oh, that was Murderous Sai. Murderous Sai tried to kill Katsuki in World B.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's World B. I also think it's World B because I think that the Isla from World A went to World B, right?
Yeah,
To be the other Isla's friend or whatever.
So hold on, let's make absolutely sure, because then we can be mad if this is wrong because it's broken. So,
Oh, no,
So
okay.
we're so Sai at the end of World A was trying to kill Katsuki for sure, right?
Yes, yeah.
And that was with the knife. So then it definitely World B, definitely World B, definitely.
I hope this is true. I don't want to have the mystery is broken argument. I'm tired. Oh god, thank fuck. Okay, all right.
Yay!
Yes, this
All
is the
right.
way the world's loop. You've seen... Sorry, I'm tired and I've been packing all day. You've seen a few instances of full loops. Mia's group went from their own world C to world A. From world A, they went to world B. And then from world B, they went back to world C. Shoroya, after traveling from January 5th to December 15th, went from World B to World C with Katsuki. In the attic, she went... Oh my god, this is the hallways all over again. She went from World C to World A with Naomi, and she finally returned alone to World B. The order is A, B, C, A. Okay, sorry, can I just look at this for a little while?
Yeah.
Okay.
What determines what world you go to?
Is that just the order that the loop is in, I guess? It actually is sort of true when I said that the Sekimeya are key to... Like, I think you can't just randomly jump, is what it's saying
maybe
here.
Maybe you only go forward. Yeah.
This might
'cause
be
how would it
explained in the
know?
next paragraph, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's because if it's like a triangle, if it's peak, then it would make sense that you can't like jump across the triangle. You can go just in the pattern. Fuck. Shoroya, after traveling from World B to World C with Katsuki. Is the mountain equals triangle meant to be the thing? Yes, it is. That's why peak worked as an answer for that question. I wish we were mountain climbing right now in peak. That would be so good.
Peak is good. Yeah.
Peak is really good. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this makes sense to me now that I stared at it.
Shoroya, after traveling from January 5th to December 15th.
went from World B to World C, Katsuki. In the attic, she went from World C to World A with Naomi, and she finally returned to World B. Okay, so...
Oh, Naomi's last name is Kapka. Naomi's last name is Cabca. Oh, that's so mean.
Damn.
Oh.
That is a weird last name, yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, what I don't understand is World C. No, that's wrong. Never mind. World C.
Yeah.
World C has Kate in it. So why didn't Kate chase Naomi up the stairs?
I don't know. I do not know.
Why is that different?
It's a good question, and I bet it's significant. And I have no idea.
So let us just review real quick so we know what we're doing. Okay.
Yeah.
So world A is original timeline
with no Kate.
No Kate.
Yep.
And Shiroya.
Okay, you know what? Should we pull up the document and take notes?
Let's
actually,
let's
okay.
pull the document. Yeah. So that's world A. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go over here, and I'm not setting this up to stream or anything. I'm just gonna yell it. Okay, so this is currently marked as timeline 3. We're going to call it world A. And then world B is chapters 1 and then later 3. Okay.
Yeah, world B is Kate trapped in the tower with Shiroya.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then world C is Mia. Okay. So let's just sorry, I'm just putting this in order. So okay, so in world A, chapter 3, or whatever chapter it was in. So in world A, Kate wasn't in the tower. The handle, well, we found out the door handle thing didn't matter. Okay, so Kate wasn't in the tower. What was the endings of the different ones? Only Katsuki. This was the one where Katsuki was alive in the tower.
We haven't seen the ending to world A.
No, yes, we have. There was one world in which only Katsuki is found alive in the tower.
Is world A the end with the elevator? Sorry, I'm getting A mixed up with 1.
Totally fine.
We haven't seen we haven't seen the ending. We haven't seen the ending of episode 1,
that is
which
correct,
is world B.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we haven't seen the ending of world B. Okay.
Okay. And then in world C, everyone is found
alive.
Alive and safe. Even Naomi stands up and calls someone a murderer. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Mouse is only allowed to play games where you take notes. I know, I'm so tired. All right. Okay. So we have world A. What else can we put about these worlds?
Okay, so because we know that they went to world B, right? Yeah. And then from B to C, and she was in world C when they went upstairs to chase Naomi, right?
Yep.
That Kate didn't do that in world C. So what we saw in when Kate went put the briefcase in the storeroom, and then oh shit, I lost my key. It's back in the gas. I go get the key. I come back. The door doesn't work. Oh my god, someone stole it. Running up the stairs. That has to be world B. So that's world B is when he did that. I don't know if that's worth writing down, but like,
okay.
and for some reason he doesn't do that in world C. I don't know why, but he does it in world B.
Okay.
And that is episode 1, right?
World B would be chapter 1. Yeah. World B is from chapter 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Do we want to continue?
Yeah, good catch with Capco, by the way.
Thank you. Worlds A and C were drastically different, as the worlds followed an intrinsic progression with each other. Okay. However, as strange as it might seem, there was only a single degree of separation between C and A. There is a problem with this order, or there is no problem with this order. What do you mean?
What the fuck does that mean?
But why? Interesting, I thought World B didn't have the door handle. It was probably taken off later, is what I think we decided. The wording is incredible. It's whatever.
I mean, just from a writer's perspective, I can't imagine it's going to be, there's no problem in this order. Yeah, this makes complete fucking sense. Now, like, why would it even be a question? Maybe? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't understand. I don't even understand what it's even asking. I'm sorry to keep repeating it. I don't understand.
The first stream, I was mostly holding it together and was able to parse through this, but this is nonsensical to me. It's just, yeah. Do we just want to say there is a problem?
There is a problem, sure. Yeah.
There is, isn't there? I'm sure you can find instances that didn't follow that order, all of which had something in common. The incident at the tower happened in all three worlds, but the outcome was vastly different. Why? The major difference in World A is the second Naomi.
Ooh, isn't Kate's absence the one that's not in World A?
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Sorry, fuck, that's World B. World B is the second Naomi. Yeah, World A is Kate's absence. Sorry.
Is World B the second Naomi? I don't remember.
World B was the one where they found two Naomis, and World C is the lack of death. So this is this is C, A, and B in order. Okay,
it's Kate's absence.
It's Kate's absence. Sorry, I keep confusing them. The major difference from the beginning was Kate's absence. Kate put his plan into action. He put both the real Sekimeya in the suitcase he had prepared and moved to the secret door in the storeroom. He felt the handle, but he quickly realized he had dropped the key in the hallway. While he was searching for it, Naomi found the suitcase and took it. Then, when Kate found the key, he attempted to unlock the secret door. Oh, so this was all in World A. And he did. And he did.
What?
He was able to leave. But he didn't step out. He saw the Sekimeya had been taken before hearing Naomi's movements. His plan had been very close to succeeding, so he panicked. He ran behind her desperately, but Naomi had a safe place, the attic. He chased her up, but he recognized that going all the way was a mistake. He could never enter the final floor. He tripped in the staircase leading to the 4th floor and distractedly walked back without realizing he'd dropped yet another key. This is the one that Katsuki found, or Shiroya. They both found a key up here, I think.
Wait, what world are we in?
We're in World A. So chapter 3. I think it's the security room. I think they found the security room's key here, but I don't remember, and I don't want to search for it.
I think they did too, but like that implies that very early on in the story, they had already world jumped. Like really, before they even did their first building search, they already world jumped. Is that right? Maybe. I don't know. Should we? The Sekimeya are upstairs in the attic.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna be real, Chief. I'm not good at keeping track of my own keys. Kate's was not my concern when reading. Yeah,
You're 100% right that they found a security room's key on the stairs like this.
Yeah.
But I think
don't know if it was
on
this
the 4th
one.
Floor?
Yeah,
was
I don't
on the 4th
remember.
Floor?
I don't remember.
Just go for it. I think it's that. Yeah.
Or vibes.
Yeah.
Yep. The security rooms. Yep. You remember that Katsuki found it there, but that didn't happen in World A, did it? That was in World C. You might know who found the key in World A. It was Akaro. Although many things are different, Katsuki only came across it in World C because Kate had been staring at the floor, and he wasn't there in World A. His mind threatening to collapse in on itself, Kate realized his only option was to escape from the building as quickly as possible. He left for the storeroom before the others woke up. Outside, he was fast enough to meet up with everyone else who'd evacuated. He knew the floor 2 cameras had recorded him, but he was confident he could take care of that at 9. Meanwhile, in World C, everything happened similarly. However, when Kate attempted to unlock the storeroom door, he couldn't. Something prevented him from doing so. Like in World A, he heard Naomi's movements and chased her up, dropping the key in the same staircase. So what about World B? What happened to the security room key in that world? Wasn't that the one where Katsuki was like, let's not tell them that we found it? Didn't they find a key and they were like, let's just not say anything? When was that? This is in World C, right? That was like Mia and Katsuki, right?
Did they find? Is this when they found it before they went upstairs?
I don't remember. This one I'm actually curious about. Hold on. Oh fuck! How am I gonna find it?
I feel like this just happened in chapter 5. I feel like that's when they found it. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So B is 2, 1, A is 3, and C is C is 2. Fucking hell, I'm so confused.
It's okay.
Oh my god.
So
1 is B. It's B C A. B C A. 1 is B. 2 is C.
So
3 is A.
Kate didn't drop it. Yeah, he just unlocked the security room, right? Wait, what happened in? He didn't drop it? World B. World B is the chapter 1 world. Oh my god, I keep having to remind myself. So what is security room key? No filter by name. He's had the security room key. I think he just has it, yeah. I think he just has it. I don't think he dropped it. Or did he immediately realize he dropped it? It's either A or B.
I mean,
it's either 1 or 2.
He would just picked it up, right? That's
yeah.
That makes me think it can't be either of them, and therefore it is 3.
But he had it. It has to be one of them, right? Because he did have it. I think it's A.
What would cause this to be different?
I don't know.
Just go with it. Yeah, go with drop. You didn't drop it then. You didn't drop it.
The truth is, Kate didn't drop it. How is that possible?
Nice.
Why did that differ between worlds? The answer is tied to something else that only occurred in B. Oh shit. The call with Suripo was afterward, right? The alarms effects. It has to be the handles removal, right? Because World B was different. Because A didn't have the handle removed and World B did. I think it's the handles removal, right?
Wait, it can't be the handles removal because Katsuki was... No, I don't know.
I don't know either. You're doing really well, thanks, man. Really trying to hold it together.
The alarm effects are no different, right? They're no different, so it's not that. I don't think the alarm's effects are any different between the world. And if they are, I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember.
The call was Suripo. Suripo is the one outside, right?
Yeah, Suripo was the cop who was outside, but they had to open the room before that happened.
That happened. It has to be number 1 then. It has to be number 1. Yeah, it has to be the handles removal.
Unless the alarm's effects were different and we just didn't notice, like. Oh. I think it has to be, but I'm not sure. Do we want to go with it? Vibes-based choice?
I feel like the handle is always there at the beginning and it's removed later. I don't understand how it could possibly, but I guess the other two don't make sense. I guess, yeah, just go with handle removal.
All right.
Let's see if that's what it is.
It was the handles removed. Okay, all right. In World B, Kate went to the secret door ready to leave. However, he immediately felt it with his hand. The handle wasn't there. He couldn't believe it. He had been outsmarted. Speechless, he froze in place. Oh yeah, because I guess when he went there and the handle was gone, then he was like, well, I just have to go pretend to be a fucking security guard now. And so he wasn't like crawling around like a weirdo or whatever. Speechless, he froze in place. Of course, as the keyhole had been in the handle, he couldn't even attempt to unlock the door. That is why he didn't notice that he dropped the rusty key in hallway A. And it's why Naomi didn't have the chance to take his suitcase. He understood that he would have to stay in the tower, but he didn't immediately give up. Zin's Sekimeya was still in the event room, and perhaps he could make use of it. Ite sighed deeply, trying to figure out who could have known about the storeroom secret. Before anyone could see him, he went to a crystal room in hallway B. He had been told that refrigeration was essential to keep the Sekimeya stable. He had independently learned that Ashiya had 2 identical Sekimeya, but it wasn't public knowledge, hence abusing Zin's plan still seemed feasible. He could keep a Sekimeya for himself as long as Ashiya found Zin's fake in the cabinet. That was why he left each Sekimeya inside different cabinets in room B4. He came to the conclusion...
Why was the handle there then when Why was the handle there then when Katsuki went downstairs?
Because I think he was in a different... He was actually in the Mia world, right? He was in World C when that happened, right? Because he heard Mia from in there, right?
Was he?
I think so. Because he heard Mia from in there, so he had to be, I think.
Then how did Naomi have the suitcase with the Sekimeya upstairs then?
I do not know.
I'm lost about something there completely. Okay, let's continue.
Okay. He ran there and saw one of the Sekimeya on the floor. Katsuki and Shiroya had just world switched to World C. He couldn't comprehend it. The Sekimeya was gray, but nobody was there. Nobody could have escaped after he'd heard the sound. Yet one of the cabinets was open. It was impossible anyone had been there, and the cabinet's temperature hadn't even cooled off yet. He hurriedly put the Sekimeya back in, still trying to process what could have happened. When he left the room, he saw Irina's group on the floor of the hallway. She was moving slightly, so Kate felt trapped. He didn't want her to wake up and see him leaving. Slowly he walked over and crouched beside the 3 incapacitated people. So doesn't this beg the same question? Why was the handle taken off in B? To begin with, who do you think was responsible for that? This motherfucker right here. This
Katsuki
motherfucker right here.
Katsuki did it.
I have nothing to base that on. Oh my
god.
Well, but we know that the omnipotent Katsuki is Katsuki from World B, so it would be Katsuki B.
This is all you, babe.
If we want to blame it on him, it's either Katsuki or Akaro, or just for fun, Sai, because he's a dipshit. But like, 27 possible answers. Yeah, okay. I think Katsuki B. For vibes.
Go for it. Lock it in.
Lock it in. That's not right. The person who... It was Akaro! Okay. The person who removed the secret door's handle in World B was Akaro A. He was the main person behind the attack. In his world, however, Zin were outsmarted. The
what do you
Zin,
mean?
The alarm Zin didn't know about went off, and the Sekimeya Akaro had hidden in the cleaning cart was taken. Who had been responsible for a while, Akaro had no idea. However, eventually he world switched to B with Isla. In that world, he was surprised to find out the attic was unlocked, and even more so to see that everyone was taking shelter inside a bedroom. Okay, I see. There he learned about 2 things: Kite's presence in the tower and the existence of the storeroom secret. Oh, this does make sense, actually. Naturally, he knew who Kite Kuiji was, but he shouldn't have been there. Akaro had suspected someone from Ashiya had hindered their plan, so he was internally taken aback when he heard details about that world's events. I understand. So, Katsuki, fucking around with these timelines, is going to try to save Shiroya and Miya, but Akaro is also going to try to make his heist go off correctly. So that's why he's responsible for the fuckery with the handles. And this is the scene we saw when he came in and was like, who the fuck is Kite?
So Akaro had a chance to leave and instead took the handle off the door.
Yep. Because
so
they're
he could
gonna
have left at any point.
Because they're gonna kill him if he doesn't like make this robbery go off, right? They were threatening him.
I'm not following how Akaro had a chance to do this. I guess he went back in time with the Sekimeya at some point.
Yeah, it has to be that he went back in time with this. Like Akaro was like disappearing for giant swaths of time and like very clearly disoriented and all kinds of shit. So like he very clearly was fucking like it really. I think I made a joke at one point that there was like like 3 different groups of people here fucking around with the Sekimeya for their own purposes, and that's actually true. We're gonna find out. Katsuki did a bunch of shit to try to save Shiroya and Miya. Akaro did a bunch of shit to try to make his heist go off. Kate, who the fuck knows, and Arena is gonna try to save Isla. Right? So, like, we do have everybody in the tower using the Sekimeya for their own fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shall we continue?
Let's continue.
All right.
Let's continue.
Soon, that Akaro traveled to the past and appeared on the 24th of November. You remember what Shiroya thought, don't you? Yeah, I really love remembering what Shiroya thinks. Out of nowhere, he appeared in a detention cell, but he was able to leave it. Then, he realized he was in the far past. He recalled the times Kate had chosen to spoke to Ito. He must have been who had interfered with Zen's plan. Kate hadn't been in the tower yet. Everyone had eventually claimed he'd been there since the start. It wasn't hard to suspect the truth. However, Akaro still couldn't believe what he'd done. In the tower, desperate to fulfill Zen's plan. How had Shiroya come back to life? And she had clearly been aware of what he'd done. Why had she not said anything then? Akaro had no idea why she had come back, but he had been next to her and Katsuki for hours. He'd seen how they'd turned out after he caused the death of their friend. At first, when he appeared in November, Akaro thought of what to do. He could take advantage of it. He knew what would happen. Yet his remorse soon overcame him. His greatest wish was to walk away, and he had the opportunity to do so. The plan was going to be a failure, but he was no longer in his world. Perhaps he could let his other self take the blame while he tried to atone for his actions. Oh, shit. Of course, due to a certain perspective you viewed, you know that's not what happened. In any case, Akaro's actions significantly changed the start of World B's incident. Kate didn't know he'd dropped the rusty key, and Naomi didn't run to the attic with the suitcase. In Worlds A and C, however, okay, writing that down. In World B, Kate didn't know he dropped the key. Naomi didn't run to the attic with the suitcase. In Worlds A and C, however, the same thing occurred. In the attic, Naomi touched the Sekimeya and world switched. When Naomi A touched it, she appeared in World B. Her keys remained in World A and the elevator was disabled. Until that changed, she was trapped up there. From her point of view, both Sekimeya disappeared as she brought the suitcase along as one of her possessions. However, Naomi C's outcome was different. She world switched to World A, and the range encompassed Shiroya as well. Even though the attic was locked, they weren't trapped. Not only did Shiroya have the key, but so did Naomi. Although she changed worlds, she grabbed the keys Naomi A has left behind, unaware they were no longer hers. In addition, she brought the suitcase along too, but the Sekimeya Naomi A had used were both still there. As both Naomi's worlds switched at exactly the same time, for Naomi C, it only seemed as though the Sekimeya she touched turned gray, even though it was the one Naomi A had activated, for fuck's sake. Instinctively, what she did was touch the other Sekimeya, unable to believe her finger had changed a gem's color. When she did, she traveled through time. Since one of the Sekimeya was powered off, there was no world switch. Oh, Jesus. So they have to both be able to be
powered?
active.
Oh.
Now they're going to ask if she went forward or back. Although these beginning sequences evolved into drastically different days, some of the differences between worlds came from before the 15th. Isla's friend only existed in World B. In the other worlds, Isla hadn't been assured everything would go smoothly. Nobody had told her she'd be able to touch the Sekimeya, hence her mood was more dampened, and Arena's was lighter. Sai sniffed out that something would occur on the day of the events. However, only in World B was he certain. He had read a forum thread. Oh, Sai's fucking posting! He had read a forum thread that foretold what would unfold in the tower. In that world, he was much more active from the start. Oh, shit! He's posting! He's a Redditor! In World A, Akaro couldn't... So, sorry, just taking... Okay, in World B, Isla's friend exists, and Sai reads Vaisude's posts. Okay. In World A, Akaro couldn't see Kate as his enemy, so his attitude toward the others was rougher and sterner. In addition, the article detailing his escape from prison only existed in World B. Sorry, I'm just writing all of these down for myself, even if I don't need them. Okay. In World C, Kate's Sekimeya were taken by Naomi. So his priorities were very different. In World B, Kite had to step up to Arena's group, while in World C, he saw room A5 by himself before everyone regained consciousness. Okay. Do you think there's a relation between all these changes?
I mean, I think B is the 2 is the answer here, but
yeah, I think that's because Isla's friend is from another world.
Right?
Vice Today's post is from another world. Yeah. Akaro escaping from prison is from another world. Yeah. That's it. They were caused by someone from another world. Up to the 24th of November, all the worlds were identical. You might be familiar with the many worlds interpretation. According to it, every choice splits the world, leading into infinite worlds, which are infinitely different. In these 3 worlds, the initial difference came in November of 2011, and it was caused due to someone who had world switched from another world. In other words, Sumari, there was no change that wasn't influenced by another world. If 0 world switches had occurred, each of the 3 worlds would have remained identical. Only they caused reality to differ. It was the world switches that shaped this maze, a maze whose walls could be broken. Do we want to take a break?
sure, we should take a break now, yeah.
Okay. We can try swapping back to Discord over break too, because a fix has been implemented again, if you want. Okay. We'll be back in a little while, chat.
I'm having a lot of trouble following this, by the way. Like, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah. It is a bit, that's why I'm taking notes on it. It's a bit funky. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, we're muted. You okay? All right, we're back in it. We should be able to hear Joe on Discord. Say something, Joe.
Something, Joe.
Yay. Okay. All right. Joe now has music. Thank you. Well, while I was gone, thank you, Terraflop, for giving out 10 community gift subs. Thank you very much, Terraflop, to, let's see, The Perception. I don't know how to say that name. IRL Agan. Pyramid X, it's Kiwi VT. Menthols, A3Q1, Dakito 1208, a fancy question mark, Roll Dodge, and Slice 919. Thank you. Thank you. Live Something Joe reaction. Something Joe. Wait, is it a birthday mouse today? My birthday is next Monday. They say Sekimeya has no characters, but the drops of characterization we get are part of the World Switch logic puzzle. Man, Seki Fullers don't want to hear my opinions right now. That's...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We're gonna exist in the world where I'm more critical of this than you are again, I think. And you know why? Because you made it through Danganronpa and I couldn't stand it for more than 5 minutes. That's why.
Danganronpa's pretty bad. It is pretty bad.
That's why.
It's a fun concept, though. I really like the concept of Danganronpa, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's miles better than World's Defense Force 100 line. Yeah.
You haven't even read that.
Don't have to.
You don't have to. They're gonna kill you for this take. I'd really love a game with the same concept like Danganronpa without being a Danganronpa. That's true. I'm just saying, what I'm saying is that you've built up a tolerance for this that I absolutely have not. I made it, I think, like 3 or 4 hours into Steins Gate and said, I'm doing something else, and then never went back. Like, I just cannot. I cannot with it. I do like Ace Attorney, but yeah, so it just is what it is.
Steingate was Danganronpa bad. Yeah, Steins Gate was really bad.
Yeah. Okay. It's very on brand for Sekimeya to have character writing only as a clue for a logic puzzle. Yeah, that's where I was going, Caps. Okay, so do we want to pause for a second and go over what has happened here, or do we want to just try to truck through it?
I think we just keep trucking through. I've lost something about Akaro. Doesn't make sense to me. I'm sure it does make sense. I just can't follow it right now.
Yeah.
And there's still, I'm still kind of like unclear about like Kate with the briefcase going upstairs or whatever. There's something about that's like sticking in my mind a little bit, but maybe it's I'm just getting some timelines mixed up. So yeah.
Yeah, Naomi in World B, Naomi didn't run to the attic with the suitcase, so he couldn't chase her. I guess she didn't have the suitcase. I don't know. I haven't been like.
But then why did?
World B being the one from Chapter 1.
Yeah, there were three versions of what happens, and in two of them, Kate chased Naomi upstairs.
Yeah.
But in one of them he didn't. But
yeah.
That's also the one where she didn't have the briefcase. But then how did she hit the button to teleport Shiroya upstairs? And who were they hearing when they chased her up then? I'm confused about that.
So that happened in World A and C. So in World A and C is where Naomi hit the Sekimeya. She didn't do it in World B. She didn't go to the attic with the suitcase in World B.
Basically, Katesi was actually chasing Katsuki and Shiroya up the stairs, thinking they were Naomi, and gave up on floor 4, and gave up. And then when Katsuki turned around and went back downstairs, he wasn't there. Why didn't Shiroya run into Kate then when she went downstairs then?
I don't know. Someone knows, but I don't know. Sorry. This part is like impossible for me to hold in my head. I have a really hard time visualizing stuff like this.
When you world line jump, do you not time travel? Like if you're in range of the past one and the future one and there overlaps, you're in that overlap Venn diagram. If the future one is pressed, if either of them are pressed, because you're in the range of both of them, that means you world line hop, right?
Yeah,
However,
I don't know
if the future one is pressed, do you world line hop and travel in the future? And if the past one is touched, do you world line hop and travel to the past? Or do you just world line hop? And if that's the case, does like the power of both Sekimeya get set? No, because we just found out that that's not the case because Naomi was able to chain them together.
I think you just world line hop because that's what happened with the thing with Arena. Whenever that happened, they didn't time travel at all. They just world hopped. I think that was the point that was making. I'm pretty sure.
I think you just switch. Yeah.
I think you just switch. Yeah.
But does the person who touched the Sekimeya but isn't in range of both, do they time travel, and the people that are within it?
Yeah, I think it's them and whoever's in the range that are in the shared range.
So if Sai touched the future Sekimeya, and Katsuki and Shiroya were in range of both of them, but Sai wasn't. Sai would stay in the world line he's currently in, but go forward in time. Meanwhile, Shiroya and Katsuki would world line hop.
Yeah, that's why Sai was the only one to disappear, because he was not in range of both of them. He was only in the range of the one that Arena touched. So when Arena touched it, the people around her who were in range of both world hopped, but since Sai wasn't, he time traveled, and that's why he disappeared from their perspective. Two different things happened there, depending on what range they were in. Well, thank you, Caps, for gifting a tier 3 sub to Weeby. Wow, what a gift. Which is confusing as shit, by the way. That is a World C sub, that's true.
That I can follow. It's still, there's just something about the Kate thing I just can't get past. It's okay, I'll look at it later. Sorry, let's continue.
Yeah, I don't understand it well enough to even try to help, I'm sorry. It's one of the things that I just like glazed over that stuck with you. Okay. Do you want to read for a bit?
Sure. Only the cause reality differ. Is that where we're at?
Yep.
Yeah, a maze whose walls could be broken. There we go. Okay. There are numerous enigmas around the world switch. Perhaps you have some lingering questions.
Here's a few.
When Akara A appeared in World B, the storeroom had been sealed by his future self. However, in part, that helped him go back in time and seal it. Doesn't that seem contradictory? If he had appeared in a world without a sealed storeroom, he wouldn't have been able to go back and seal it. You might find a number of similar cases. Many such cases. Okay.
Many such cases. Katsuki thought about them all.
For that, you can look at the people who world switched and the way they shaped their new world. If the answer escapes you, that's where you will find it, alongside the real form of the world switch.
Sure, man.
I couldn't just think that infinite worlds existed. After all, it was possible I was going back and forth between two. The first time, Arena had brought us to a different world, but we had eventually returned. When we later traveled back to that morning, Shiroya and I had changed worlds, but I suspected that we'd appeared in the same one again. That was why thinking that infinite worlds existed was a bit of a leap. I looked at both Sekimeya. If I touched one, would the world around me really change? What about the range, the replicated location, and the time traveled, and all that nonsense? I stepped into the kitchen. Can the refrigerator act like the cold cabinet? I opened it and put my hand inside. While it was cold, the temperature didn't seem as low as the Sekimeya's cabinet. The freezer, there was a regulation mechanism inside, so I changed it to the coldest setting. I shut a Sekimeya inside the refrigerator for a few seconds. When I took it out, I felt it through my shirt. It did work. It was pretty hot before, but now it's not. What? Second? As long as I keep a Sekimeya in here, I might not be encompassed within 2 ranges. I wasn't confident the concept of range I was working with was correct though. I put both Sekimeya inside to hopefully reset them. A few seconds later, I took one out and set it on the countertop. Theoretically, it should begin to gather energy now, so I'll travel a short distance if I touch it soon. Counted up to a minute in my head, then I touched the Sekimeya on the marble. What just happened? I was still in the kitchen, but I teleported less than a step backward. Huh? The Sekimeya is powered off, just where I touched it. Does that mean I traveled to the future? I think I only went a few seconds through time, but there's no past self of mine here. The Sekimeya was gray, indicating that I was at a point after my travel. Surprised, I realized I really had traveled forward in time. Why is he a step backward then? I thought when you travel forward, you don't move, or was that just world line?
That was our theory. That was our theory, but it's probably the case that was actually world hopping.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the difference? Why didn't I travel to the past?
I think now we get into the shit about the planet moving. Right? That would make him be a step difference.
If he had just gotten that wrong and he traveled a second back in time, would he have blown himself up?
I don't know. Maybe. Like he just teleported inside himself and blew himself up.
Like did he almost kill himself just there if he had picked the wrong Sekimeya? What the fuck?
Jesus. Oh god, now I'm remembering the time this story took some time to talk about the speed at which the planet rotates or whatever. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to.
The location where I appeared, was it right next to where I touched the Sekimeya? It's as if I only moved a tiny bit because I only went a few seconds to the future.
A second would send him to either China or outer space. That would be cool.
I have an idea, but I don't think I can test it. Wait, no, maybe I can. What was his idea? As soon as I put the Sekimeya in the refrigerator, it regained its white color. However, I ignored that and ran to the staircase. It appeared the crystal floor was still empty, but I couldn't know for certain. That was fucking fast. Quietly, I walked to the security room. All the screens were still black, but they weren't my focus. I began to look everywhere I could. Sai said he found the voice recorder here, but perhaps he hasn't yet. I might be able to get it in this world. And I did. Behind one of the monitors on the wall, I found the device that had been an eyeless purse. When I pressed the record button, a line appeared on the screen. Above it, numbers began to count the recorded seconds. There was no saved recording this time, so he's found a timer. That wasn't strange. After all, the recorder and eyeless purse had to have traveled from the future, while the one in the security room was the original one. However, my intention wasn't to record anything. I wanted to use the device as a timer that I could hold. Back in the attic, I entered the kitchen again. Both Sekimeya were still in the refrigerator, but I didn't want to take one out yet. Instead, I powered on the oven and set it to finish after 10 minutes. But then at the same time that the oven began to count down, I pressed the record button. Immediately, the seconds began to count up on the device's screen.
This is exactly what I meant about not being able to believe that he's doing this, because he spent like 25 hours of us reading, just drawing conclusions and not testing any of them in any real way. And suddenly motherfucker is like double checking his presumptions about how time works. Like, fuck off, get out.
Yeah. Have you considered this is a Katsuki from a timeline where he's smart though?
It's the same Katsuki. It's the same exact one.
He world top. With the setup, Schrodinger's Katsuki. I can now know the amount of time I'm traveling. I held the recorder in my hand so that it would always be in my possession. When the oven's timer showed 9 minutes, the device had hit 1 minute. Meanwhile, I thought back on the many travels I'd experienced, wondering if there was any idea I could apply to every single one. When 3 minutes had been recorded, I took the Sekimeya I'd last used out of the refrigerator and left it on the countertop. So, it started getting energy after 3 minutes had gone by. I didn't stop staring at the ticking timer. A few seconds later, I brought my hand close to the Sekimeya. I didn't touch it yet, though. I had to make sure I did so at the appropriate time. What do you think, everyone? Above the Sekimeya, my hand patiently hovered. As soon as the recorder and oven hit 5 minutes, I touched it. And the world ended. Once again, I'd hardly moved through space. I was still in the kitchen, staring at the Sekimeya. However, it was gray, meaning that I was in the future. Immediately, I looked at the oven. Its timer indicated that 4 minutes and 15 seconds still remained. After that, I glanced at my own hand, eager to look at my timer. The device was there.
And the time on the screen was... Oh my god. Wait, did he...
Okay, so there has to be like multiple answers here because a few seconds could be like what,
Yeah.
3 or 5?
As soon as the recorder in the oven hit 5 minutes, I touched it. So he touched it as... Okay. So he touched it as it hit 5 minutes. Hardly moved through space. But it says that 4 minutes and 15 seconds still remained. Oh my god. And the recorder is moving backwards. So if nothing had happened, the recorder would say 5 minutes and 45 seconds, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if he was like, if he did travel through time and now the timer are in sync, this question is basically asking, how long did it take him to check the oven and look at the recorder, which is kind of a bullshit ask.
Yeah. He went 45 seconds into the future. So the question, I think the question is, does the device? I think what they're asking is, does the recorder maintain a separate time or not? I don't think it does. I think that the device will say like 5 minutes. I think the device will still say 5 minutes. Like, I think the question is whether the recorder will change whenever the oven changes, right? Because it came with him. Because he touched it as soon as the recorder in the oven hit 5 minutes. So in theory,
if the recorder changed the same amount that the oven did, then the recorder is going to say 5 minutes and 45 seconds because it's counting up when the oven is counting down.
Yeah,
right?
but
so
otherwise it's going to say
seconds.
5 minutes if it isn't.
5 minutes plus however long it takes him to look at the oven and look at the thing, which I don't know if that's what the question is asking. It might just be 5 minutes.
I think it would just be 5 minutes. I think it's like, I think this is acting as a proxy for Size Watch to find out whether Size Watch is reliably keeping time based on all of those jumps, and I think that the answer is no, and it's 5 minutes here, basically.
Okay, go 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I think. 4:15. It's the same time. What?
What?
But while the device's screen changed to 4:16, the oven's timer went to 4:14. So it did change. Like before, the recorder kept counting up, where the oven counted down. How does that work? Wait a minute.
What do you? Wait, what?
Why would it subtract? Oh. Why would it subtract time from the recorder? Oh no. I don't understand.
Wait, what? 4:15 is the same time, but while the device's screen changed to 4:16, the oven's timer went to 4:14. Like before, the recorder kept counting up, whereas the oven counted down. He went back in time? Huh? I touched the Sekimeya at the 5-minute mark and went 45 seconds in the future. That's a little odd. The Sekimeya gathered energy for 2 minutes. The times it gathered energy for 15 minutes, we went 20 minutes through time.
What are we doing here?
I feel like I'm having a stroke. The most important thing, though, is that although I went 45 seconds in the future, the recorder seems to have gone 45 seconds backward in time. Okay, so Wait, why the fuck would that happen?
I don't know. I really have to admire the confidence of turning the finale of your novel into a "but were you actually paying attention" boss rush. I have no idea what's going on. I have zero idea what's going on. I think this is going to be the thing linked to like the stuff that they take with them or keep or whatever.
Why would the recorder go back in time?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm really eager to see what it's gonna say right now. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, me too.
That must mean that the replicated location was from 45 seconds before I touched the Sekimeya. What the fuck does that mean, Katsuki? That left me thinking, but the train of thought was interrupted by the Sekimeya. It turned white a few seconds after my reappearance. This is strange too. It took almost 2 minutes to power back on, but it spent about 5 minutes powered off when Sai and Shiroya disappeared from the event room. I had to do it again. I turned off the oven and erased the recording. Next, I set the oven to 5 minutes and pressed the device's record button at the same time. I left the Sekimeya in the refrigerator until 2 minutes had elapsed, then 30 seconds later, when the recorder displayed 2:30, I touched the gem again. The immediate result was the same. I appeared in the kitchen, pretty much where I'd already been standing. I looked at both timers at once. The two of them showed 2:21, yet the device's timer kept ticking up while the ovens counted down. What the fuck? Again, I went 9 seconds to the future, but the location I appeared in was from 9 seconds before touching the Sekimeya. Is this it? Does traveling to the future X amount of time replicate the location of in space you were at X amount of time in the... Oh, we theorized this, remember?
This,
it was
yeah.
like, yeah.
We theorized this.
What?
Why is it doing it to the recorder?
What about traveling back, though? I've gone to the future 3 times in a row. The only idea I had was to use the other Sekimeya, so I put the one I've been using in the refrigerator. God, I hope he kills himself.
I have a big shout out to the person in chat who says, "I'm so happy for the people in chat that get it. You have no idea how happy I am for them. Sincerely, I unironically hope they have a lot of fun." I'm so with you, buddy. I am having such a bad time. It cannot be described how not fun this is for me. So I'm right there spiritually aligned with you. Okay, anyway.
Set at the same conditions of the oven's timer at 5 minutes as I began a new recording. That time, when 2 minutes had elapsed, I took the other Sekimeya out. 30 seconds later, I activated it. What? The result was almost identical. I appeared in the kitchen, very close to where I'd been. However, someone was in front of me. It was my past self.
Bro, what did you think would happen? What did you think would happen?
I remained completely still, just like a deer caught in headlights. The back of my own head was in front of my eyes.
Legit question, because I can't remember what was happening. Does he not have more important things to be doing right now than solving this mystery? He is alone in this tower. There is nobody else here. Until he figures out how the fuck this works, he can't get anything done. He's just here by himself. This is all he has to keep himself entertained. Like, he cannot do anything more important until he figures out how it works. Oh my god.
Did dude almost just kill himself? But it
Yes.
didn't remain there for long. Quickly, my figure disappeared, revealing the powered-off Sekimeya.
Oh.
I see. I just traveled through time, and the Sekimeya's range was so small that it didn't pick me up again. It does seem like I went 9 seconds to the past. It's probably due to the Sekimeya I used. This one makes you travel to the past, while the other sends you to the future. The oven's timer was 2:25, so I hurried to look at the voice recorder as I thought about it. I had gone 9 seconds to the past, so upon reappearing, the oven's timer would have been at 2:39. Then I had waited out the 9 seconds needed for my past self to disappear, and 5 extra seconds had elapsed since. Before the oven's timer counted down to 2024, I lifted the device between my hands.
Don't ask me. What if there's no time displayed and that's what's happened to Sai's watch that one time? It's not that, because there's 4 other options, but...
It makes sense to me that if the future one sends you X amount of time in the future, but also resets you to where you were X amount of time in the past, that if the other one sends you X amount of time in the past, it's also going to set you X amount of time where you will be in the future.
But how does it know?
How does it know? What would the answer be if it was X amount of time? How much time did he go back in the past? He went back 9 seconds, right? Hold on.
Owen's timer was at 2:25.
I got 9 seconds to the past, so upon appearing, the oven's timer would have been 2:39. Okay, so 2:39, which means that when...
So 2:53 would be if it's registered to a future location. It would have been at 2:53. Probably, I think. Right? No.
What was it when he pressed it? It was 2:30. So he went... So he... It's been 9 seconds, so he went 9 seconds in the past.
Yeah.
And it ticks down, right?
The oven ticks down and the recorder ticks up.
And it ticks up.
Yeah. So if
Okay, well, according to that theory, none of these are correct because it would be 9 seconds
+5, right?
ahead. Yeah, I thought it would be 9. Is it +5 as well?
Well, then there were 5 extra seconds since it elapsed.
Oh, since he's looking at it right now.
Yeah.
So it would go. So it'd be 2:44.
If that is the case,
so Yeah, so it's either 2:44 or there is no time displayed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we think that when when Sai's watch fucked up, do we think that's an error out in the same way that this would be there's no time displayed, it's erroring out?
That's what I was thinking. Like this, to me, this is acting as just as a proxy for how Sai's watch works, right? And so to me, I don't know, like it's really weird. Like it's weird to like, it feels like no kind of time travel should be able to depend on what you can do in the future. And since now we know that it is loops and probably not what we talked about before, where there's like a thing in the future that it can rely upon, it seems more likely to me that there would be no time displayed, but I don't know exactly how it works. Is he taking the recorder with him? He is. I think you can take stuff when you time travel, but probably you can't take stuff when you world hop, maybe is how it works. I'm not sure.
But she lost keys.
Yeah.
So is the only reason why he can take the recorder with him is because he already had the recorder?
Yeah, I think it gets back down to like it's his possession or whatever. It's like how Naomi could take her suitcase with her between timelines. So Shiroya City for sure. It would be fucked if you just spawned in naked. That's true. Yeah, I think you take stuff if it's your possession. They said something like that pretty early.
But her clothes changed.
Her clothes did change, yeah. Don't know what's going on with the clothes. Don't know what's going on with like the stuff that disappears. I don't think that's going to get answered by these like tiny micro travels, unfortunately. Surely it will be explained later.
It's 2:44 or it's no time displayed. What do you think? Your call.
I don't want to make the call. Should we do a funny coin flip again?
Sure,
Last time coin flip got it wrong. All right.
Which one's which?
244 heads. No time displayed tails.
Okay, I got tails.
I also got tails, so I guess we get no time displayed.
No time displayed.
I think it's too.
Go for it then. Go trust your vibes.
Oh!
Yes, we scran. Yes, we scran.
Yes, we scran. The screen is blank. Fuck
Oh,
off.
for fuck's sake.
Fucking kill me. Okay. Go on.
Screen is blank. What the hell? Why? I can't know where this location is from. Traveling 9 seconds to the future put me where I've been 9 seconds in the past. Wouldn't traveling to the past put me where I'd be 9 seconds in the future? And I'm still here, exactly where I appeared. But then why is the screen... Wait, no. It might make sense.
Oh, God.
Let's say the Sekimeya is touched at time t. In this case, t is 230. X will refer to the amount of the travel time, which is 9 seconds. Let's assume that traveling X seconds to the past copies your state X seconds after touching Sekimeya. What would the time on the device be upon appearing? T plus X, or 239. Then 2X seconds would pass to reach the future state. That timer would read T plus 3X, or 257, but that contradicts the path's position. The timer at arrival would...
I don't know.
Why doesn't the other one contradict them with the future one? The timer at arrival would have to be T plus 3X. But nothing stops this from continuing. Another 2X seconds would be added. Okay, so this is how the watch got to like infinity or whatever. The recorder's time would add up infinitely, and eventually its battery would run out.
Yeah.
This can't make sense though. If the replicated location is one that occurs after touching the Sekimeya, we would die. Just like with the recorder's time, my age would have increased by a few seconds repeatedly, making me die instantly upon traveling to the past.
I wish.
If the device aged in a loop until it ran out of batteries, its appearance would have changed too. It would have degraded, probably even disintegrated into nothing. However, isn't this what happened to Sai's watch? Not only to Sai, but to a Sai who I have to assume traveled to the past. When I saw him, he should have been in the attic, so he'd come from the future. Later, I learned his watch had stopped working again. If he appeared 5 seconds in the past, where he would have been 10 minutes after his appearance, the time on his watch would have been increased by 10 minutes infinitely, and the battery would have eventually stopped working. There's no way it would have lasted thousands of years, though, so what the hell? And why would the watch's inner mechanism add up loop time while its outer appearance wasn't affected? The recorder isn't working anymore, so I can't keep testing. Wait, no, I can make it work again if what I've concluded is correct. After all, just minutes ago, I was holding it when it worked. I just have to replicate that location, which should be easy. I only have to travel a couple minutes to the future. If that's what I did, I put the broken... that was what I did. I put the broken recorder in a drawer and traveled to the future. When I appeared, I was holding the device. The timer on its screen said 1:35, and it was still working. This is definitely how traveling to the future works, then. But what about traveling to the past? Did all those travels work like this as well? First time I went to the past, I appeared in the lobby, right in front of the hallway A door. I later determined I'd gone about 20 minutes to the past. Are you sure? So 20 minutes after the point I touched the Sekimeya, I was in the lobby, right in front of the hallway A door. I was watching the hallway while the others looked through every room. Seriously, is this what's been happening? Later, Shiroya and I traveled about 40 minutes to the past. I appeared in the security room sitting down. However, the chair wasn't there to support me, so I fell to the floor. 40 minutes after the time we touched Sekimeya, I really was in the security room looking at the computer. Saya had just run away from me. I even looked at the time. I was there from 12:18 to 12:31. Okay, we did kind of guess this, but in a kind of shitty, kind of like not sure way. Yeah. Even Shiroya, she said she'd appeared in the second floor offices when we reunited outside the security room. She'd just been searching for me through every floor, starting from the top. Both of us had just been in the locations we'd appeared. How the fuck could the Sekimeya know that? Why did the clothes change? I could hardly believe it, but I finally knew the logic behind what had agonizingly eluded me, the replicated location. But hang on, does this mean that every time we touched Sekimeya and appeared in a location we recognize, we've gone to the future? It's only traveling to the future that replicates a past coordinate you've been at. This is absurd though, it doesn't even make sense. Why the hell did I appear in the security room in the past? Because I was later in the security room? That's nonsense. Why the security room? If I had appeared in the attic, for example, I would have appeared somewhere else 80 minutes later. I was only in the security room in the future because that's where I appeared in the past. Why couldn't I have appeared on another continent? Then I would have been there in the future and made it come true. It's nonsense. What's actually determining where we appear? Something must be. We appeared inside the tower every single time.
Not every single time.
Not every single time, yeah. So when Shiroya touched the Sekimeya, she went to the future, but it replicated her position that she was 15 days prior? So that's why she ended up under the gem shop?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. So it wasn't a double travel, it was that, yeah.
So phones back then wouldn't update their dates automatically?
So I didn't have a I didn't have a phone that did. This has been a point of contention in Mouse Cord, because Boulder and Rodney did the math on this and did have phones. They did have phones at this point in time, commonplace, that do update their dates and stuff based on that. Yeah. They can't update while underground. Good.
Shiroya and Katsuki had spent a long time in the elevator. Thanks to the stop button, they had managed to escape from Sai. But Shiroya soon noticed something was happening to Katsuki. He looked pale and his breathing had sped up.
Are you okay?
Yes, don't worry. Shiroya stared at her lap, worried about Katsuki's thoughts. Did he perhaps think they wouldn't be able to leave? Isn't this the bad end where he gets just stabbed by a knife out of nowhere or something?
That is how it started, I think, yeah.
The silence went on for a long time. Eventually, Shiroya experienced some relief. Katsuki closed his eyes, and he didn't appear to be stressed. Mirroring him, Shiroya closed her eyes too, and then they died. Minutes later, both pairs of eyes shot open at the same time, and Shiroya couldn't believe what she saw. A knife was buried in Katsuki's chest. She looked directly into his eyes, but only silence filled the elevator. Neither of them could bring themselves to utter a word. Then Shiroya looked at the hand gripping the knife. She followed it up to an arm and then a shoulder. Finally, she traced it to Sai's face. But that sight didn't last long. Immediately after killing his first victim, Sai felt the urge to have a second. With a frantic motion, the knife sliced Shiroya's chest. Before she could process the scene, Shiroya's body fell beside Katsuki, their blood pooling together in the elevator. Of course, you know this never occurred. If it had, though, how would it have come to happen? Sai stared at both bodies momentarily. However, he didn't immediately understand that he was trapped. Katsuki had pressed the stop button, so Sai couldn't leave the elevator. He couldn't move either. Two bodies were on the floor. Eventually, when the replicated location took place, Sai was exactly where he'd appeared. But why? He was able to be there in the future because he had appeared there in the past. Why had that been the location where he'd appeared? Why not somewhere else? So if they used the Sekimeya at the wrong time, they could have just appeared in the fucking elevator shaft with no elevator. Oh, that's how he got on top of the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. That's how he got on top of the elevator. Yeah. And that's how Sai got split in half. He spawned inside the door.
Inside the door, yeah. So, exactly.
So
yeah.
Katsuki fucking around in this kitchen right now, he could have killed himself.
Yeah, he actually could have killed himself, yeah.
Yeah, he really could have. The fucking idiot. Maybe you have a good idea. I had no idea. It seemed to make no sense at all.
You know what? I have to apologize to you, Joe. I have to apologize to you because you kept using the word simulating and saying, like, is this just like simulating where they would be at X point, like if they weren't in the tower? And I was like, that's dumb. There's no way it's that. And I'm starting to think you might be right.
I don't know if that's right, but it's definitely the positions are there. I don't understand about anything to do with clothes and belongings though. That I'm fucking mystified. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. Yeah.
Because the way it operates feels like, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Go ahead.
It feels almost like save states in a video game, where you hop between them.
With the key too. The key came back. So does that mean if the key came back, does that mean when he touched that he actually went to the future and he returned back upstairs when he had the key? Or What did he do? He had the key, right? He had the key. He flushed it down the toilet.
Yeah.
He then used the Sekimeya, thought he was going to the past.
And probably went to the future and had the key back, yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
I missed the squid. I missed the squid. Shall we continue?
Then
no.
then when Shiroi used it, she had different clothes on, and she also lost her phone. Did they past travel then, or did they future travel?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I'm sorry. I had no idea. It seems to make no sense at all. But what the hell would happen now if I travel to the past? Let's say I travel 2 minutes back and appear in the kitchen. Will it be guaranteed that I'll be in the kitchen 4 minutes later? What if I don't want to? What if I decide to leave? Does the location where I appear force me to be somewhere in the future? That makes even less sense. I frowned, curious what would actually happen. I had never traveled with knowledge of how the replicated location worked, but it seemed like having that knowledge alone would break the rule. I would no longer replicate the location in the future through some weird unconscious fate. I mean, if I do appear in the kitchen, can I refuse to be there in the future? Can I risk doing that just out of curiosity? Do it. Do it. What if it's the universe's rule? Would I end up not trying to go against it out of fear of what might happen, which would confirm the impossibility of being a paradoxical location? We're past this. Do it.
Walk.
Do it. That's pretty similar to not attempting to change the past just in case it's not possible, but it can't be fought, can it? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would I purposely be somewhere just because it's where I appeared in the past? I wonder, can I maybe take advantage of it? It doesn't seem fair that figuring out how it works would be a detriment if I intend to travel back. Until now, the rule has been consistent through mere fate, but it wouldn't be the same if I was aware of it as it happens. A way to put knowledge into practice, maybe as long as I have accurate knowledge.
This is exactly
How did Sai figure this out?
Yeah, this is exactly Sai's thought before he split himself open with the door. You and I had the same thought, yeah.
I put the Sekimeya that had sent me to the past in the refrigerator. After I waited a bit, I took it back out. I set the timer and waited half a minute. Then I brought my hand toward its glow. All right, will you send me to the living room?
Wow.
That was where I appeared, in the middle of the room. So I waited. I traveled 9 seconds to the past. So the only mandatory rule was that I have to be there after 18 seconds. But I didn't wait there because the universe had forced me to. I did it so that my request could be fulfilled.
Leave! What happens if you leave?
18 seconds later, I was still... So did Sai say the universe, send me to the elevator because I'll stay there until it's done? Or did he calculate X amount of time I was in the elevator at the position that they were in right now? So therefore, if I wait until that moment, I can hit this one and travel back while going to the future. But if he went to the future, what the fuck did Sai do?
I don't know what he did.
That's crazy. What if he's on the wrong floor? He just risked it. He just YOLO'd himself into like a knife ambush in the elevator. Before touching the Sekimeya, I had thought of what would happen. I had thought of that 18 seconds after appearing in the past, I would be in the living room. Of course, if that was the case, it implied I would appear in the living room, so it was what had happened. Then, to make it possible, I remained there, exactly where I imagined myself appearing. I see, so this is the opposite of useless. It's like the thought up loops that I came up with.
No.
As long as the loop is in my head before touching Sekimeya,
no.
and as long as it can be executed, it will work. I can go anywhere I want. I as long as it can be executed. Didn't I just travel from the 5th of January to the 15th of December? I went 21 days into the past, and my knowledge of the replicated location came after the travel, but before the location is replicated in the future. What the hell happens now? I appeared in the lobby. Does that confirm that I'll be alive in the future? Doesn't this travel genuinely force me to be in the lobby on the day... I went 21 days to the past. 21 days after January 5th is Thursday, January 26th. There was something there. That wasn't some random day. Troy and I had talked with Mia about it. We had said that we would go back to the tower on the 26th if we liked it the first time. Mia had died because of the Sekimeya. Without Sekimeya's existence, the explosion wouldn't have occurred, and Mia would have kept on living. Ashia had held an event in the tower every Thursday, and on January 26th, of Thursday, an event that grabbed her attention would take place.
Do you want me to take over for a bit?
Go for it, sure.
If the Sekimeya hadn't existed, we would have been in the tower on January 26th, even after Mia's death, with no travels had taken place. So it was feasible that Shiraya and I would have returned to continue healing and moving forward. But what I understood, our reason for returning would be different, to satisfy a travel that had already happened. What was the exact truth hidden behind that? I didn't know, but it confirmed again that the locations where we appeared were in no way random. This means I can pretty much teleport anywhere I want, doesn't it? I just have to think about where it'll be. Moon. I just have to think about where I'll be in the future. The limit is that the location has to be possible to reach in a set time. Is that it? I went to the kitchen and briefly put the past Sekimeya in the refrigerator. Once it had stored energy for 30 seconds, I touched it. Once more, I appeared in the living room where I'd wanted to appear. I looked at my hands, but they were empty. I see. I guess that was too nonsensical to work. Before touching the Sekimeya, I had thought I'd be in the living room with a chocolate bar in my hands. By appearing there with the chocolate, I would be able to have it in the future so that it could appear in the past.
Dude thinks he could just make up matter? Like, just...
In a world of pure imagination. Presumably that hadn't worked because I'm not Willy Funky Wonka and could never have obtained that chocolate in the span of those seconds. So I went back to the kitchen after I waited the proper amount of time. Maybe make a piano. Once again, I touched the past Sekimeya after it had gathered energy for 30 seconds. After I appeared in the living room, I looked at my hands. I was holding a pen. Oh no. Oh no. I looked next to the television and saw the same pen. I see. This does work. Before touching the Sekimeya, I thought that I would appear in the living room and that during those 18 seconds, I would go grab the pen. That was why I had appeared with it. However, I already had the pen. I didn't have to go get it. I could simply stay where I'd appeared so that I could appear with it.
But the pen the first time! What do you mean? No, I don't know. No, I do not accept this. No, okay, all right. He's just a magician now. Okay.
Hundreds of added keys. Okay, so remember when the story wants you to keep track of keys? Welcome to the world of infinite keys. Yeah, we're off the train right now. 18 seconds went by and I didn't step away from where I'd appeared. So even though I never obtained the pen myself, I was able to appear with it solely because I could have obtained it. I effectively duplicated the pen, but I can't spawn objects that don't exist, or I can't feasibly obtain before the future coordinate, like the chocolate. And this only happened because I thought of my actions before touching the Sekimeya. It was a fascinating concept. And an incredibly strong one. Simply by having awareness of a single rule, the Sekimeya had grown drastically more useful. What do you think, everyone? If I touch the past Sekimeya while I'm holding the pen now, I'll appear with it in the past. However, that's possible only as long as I have it in the proportional future. So when I touch the Sekimeya, if I either think that I'll let go of the pen before the time expires or otherwise wouldn't have it, I won't appear with it. I would be instantly annihilating the pen without having to actually get rid of it. Even though I should appear with it, I wouldn't. It was a fascinating concept from the author having written the concept. Yeah. This is what happened to the knife, this is what happened to the cleaning cart, or this is what happened to Shiroya's phone. I think...
Well, the cleaning cart is the only thing that's been annihilated.
No, Shiroya's phone just disappeared. Right? When she came back into the tower. So she was thinking that she shouldn't have her phone when she came into the tower. Right?
Yeah.
But was she surprised when she...
Didn't she expect to have her phone when she looked through her bag?
Yeah, she did expect to have her phone when she looked through her bag. So it can't be that one because she thought she would have her phone. But like...
Why would the cleaning cart get destroyed? Or otherwise wouldn't have it. Maybe it is the phone. Because she wouldn't have the phone when she went into the tower because they would take it away from her. But that's
what I was thinking.
weird.
But she did look for it in her purse. So I think because she looked for it in her purse, it's not that. Like, she did legitimately think that she had it. I'm really interested in where the knife came from.
Yeah, I am too. But I don't think like he couldn't make a chocolate bar, so he can't make a knife.
Yeah.
So there had to be someone brought in a knife.
Yeah,
at
someone
some point.
had a knife. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruby had it? Okay. Cleaning cart? Maybe. I guess the cleaning cart did just fucking disappear into outer space, right? Like,
it's one of those two. The part that tripped me up here is that otherwise wouldn't have it. That makes me think that maybe Shiroya's phone was taken away from her, so she's not allowed to have it. But so it kind of fits. But you're right. Like, but that Shiroya just appeared there via Sekimeya. Therefore, like he just made a pen appear in his hand without even picking it up. So it seems to me that she would still be able to keep her phone if she thinks she should have her phone.
Yeah. So like when she traveled under the building, even though she didn't have a clue how this fucking worked, she assumed she would have her phone when she got out and had it. And then when she went back in, she assumed she would have her phone and she didn't.
Yeah, I think cleaning cart. I think it's cleaning cart.
I think it's cleaning cart?
I think it's cleaning cart.
Okay.
What do you think?
The cleaning cart disappeared when Shiroya traveled to the future because she didn't have it in the past, so it would have been impossible for her to appear with it. But on January 5th, when she traveled to December 15th, she noticed that out of the things she'd been holding, only her phone had disappeared. She didn't think about it, but the Zen card did as well, and her clothes had changed. Why? She appeared in the lobby of the...
So which was correct?
I don't know.
Both of them?
She appeared in the lobby of the tower, and the future coordinate was January 26th. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that phones are strictly prohibited in the tower. She couldn't have been there with it in the future, so she appeared without it in the past. So it was Shiroya's phone, even though... Okay, whatever.
But she kept the keys, and she didn't have the keys.
But they wouldn't have taken... But they wouldn't have taken her keys away. They would have taken her phone away, so it was impossible for her to have it.
Okay, so there is some amount of, like, generating what would have happened if you went there normally. Oh, that's...
Yeah.
Fucky.
Yeah. This is pretty insane. I can't believe the mechanics actually followed some rules. I was overwhelmed by the number of things I was learning, but I didn't... Yeah, thank you, Stan. But I didn't want to focus on a single detail. I didn't know if anyone else would come back at some point, and there were plenty of aspects I was wondering about. How much can I figure out with what I know? Was Sai aware of all this? He had a wristwatch, so I bet it would have been a lot easier for him to learn some of it. There were 2 Sekimeya since this morning, but what about the third one? Does that one never work? And one made us travel back in time while the other sent us forward. If I know the time someone appeared in the future, I can know that's where they were in the past. There are many ways to apply all of this. I wonder, when someone travels to the past, if I think that I'll bring them somewhere in the future, would I make them appear there in the past? Could the origin be in my mind even though I'm not the one traveling? I tried to calm down a bit and went to the kitchen. It was better to answer the larger questions first. Wait a second, I can duplicate anything obtainable, can't I? We wondered whether duplicating the Sekimeya was possible, but it doesn't appear to be the case. When it's activated, it doesn't count as something you possess, and it stays behind. Now I'm certain that the Sai with the broken wristwatch came from the future, and he had a Sekimeya in his hip pack. He acted as if he didn't know it was there, so perhaps that was the truth. Maybe he appeared with it. An important detail is that it was inactive. So this, I'm pretty sure, is the fake one.
Yeah, it's the fake Sekimeya. Yeah.
If he hid a powered-off Sekimeya in his hip pack in the future, it's possible he appeared with it in the past. Trying it was simple. First, I used the past Sekimeya to travel 9 seconds to the past. In the living room, I waited 18 seconds before I re-entered the kitchen. I want, again, Katsuki split moment. I want so bad for him to see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, I want him to not wait those 18 seconds. Like, I guess maybe you're going to be ripped apart by, like, time and space or whatever, but, like, it seems worth it to try it. I don't know. The Sekimeya will now...
Maybe it somehow knows that you would intend to do that, so it wouldn't send you there?
Yeah, but, like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
You know what I bet it is? Remember how the bad endings were all like, this is not possible for this to happen, but this could happen. Like it's like the bad endings that we see were all people doing something like that. Like that was somebody making a choice that wasn't supported by the rules of the Sekimeya. And so what that would do is spawn a bad end for him that didn't make sense.
That's probably it, yeah.
Yeah, that's annoying. The Sekimeya will now spend a little while powered off. So like it's not the case that infinite timelines don't exist. Infinite timelines actually do exist. It's that only 3 of them are like sensible for some reason. And I don't know why. Okay, whatever. I took the future Sekimeya out of the refrigerator and grabbed the disabled past Sekimeya. Half a minute later, I left it on the countertop and touched the future Sekimeya. I appeared in the kitchen 9 seconds in the future. Then I glanced at my hands. It was not there, right? We both agree you can't travel with it?
It was not. You can't travel with it. Yeah, it was not there.
All right. It was there. What?
What?
Still gray, I had it in my hands. Did I really duplicate it? I looked at the marble where I'd left the past Sekimeya before traveling. What? It's not there. Okay, so
well,
he,
that's
so he can't do. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
you can't duplicate. Okay, fucking
right.
hell. I thought that's what it was. Okay.
Okay, I see. Right. The future Sekimeya was where I touched it and it was gray. That proved I'd traveled to the future. However, the original past Sekimeya was gone. I hadn't duplicated it. What the hell? Can the Sekimeya not be duplicated? It seems like the original one disappeared when I appeared with it in the future and disallowed the duplication. There's no way anyone came and took it during the 9 seconds I wasn't here, right? It was bizarre, but the fact that I'd appeared with it was notable. It had counted as one of my past possessions. While I was thinking, the past Sekimeya powered on. It's still working. I wonder if the fact it was powered off mattered at all. I repeated the same process, but held the powered past Sekimeya with my sleeves for half a minute. Then I left it in the refrigerator to avoid overlapping ranges and went 9 seconds to the future. It didn't appear with the Sekimeya. My hands looked to be holding something that wasn't there. I opened the refrigerator and saw the past Sekimeya where I'd just left it. So it did matter that it wasn't active. When it isn't, its powers fade temporarily, and it acts as a normal object. What would happen if I did the reverse of this? Wouldn't the past change? If I go to the past holding the powered off future Sekimeya, I would appear with it in the past, so the original one would disappear. That means that I couldn't hold it anymore when I'm traveling to the past, thereby changing it. I tried it out of curiosity. Holding the future Sekimeya that I'd powered off, I went 9 seconds to the past. In the living room, however, I didn't have the future Sekimeya between my hands. It didn't work. I thought I would stay here for 18 seconds with the Sekimeya, so that's strange. Suddenly, I heard a sound coming from the kitchen. It scared me at first, but I immediately understood what it was. 9 seconds later, I entered through the door. The disabled Sekimeya was on the floor. It hadn't disappeared alongside my past self. Why, though? I don't get it. Wait, no, I might have an idea. I'm completely lost, Chief, gonna be honest. It wouldn't cause a world switch, right? Because it's not powered on, except that...
What did he even do?
I don't know. I don't know. Do we have a three-way
so
coin flip?
Holding the future Sekimeya
Yeah.
between his hands, he went to the past. He hit the past one. That's what he did. So he just, the first experiment he did was he held the past one inactive and used the future one and went back to the other position, and he saw
and he
it in his
had
hand,
the
right?
past
That's what he
Sekimeya.
did.
Yeah.
So now he did the opposite, where he held the future one inactive and he hit the past one, right?
Well, the first one he did was he held the powered past Sekimeya and then put it in the refrigerator to avoid the ranges, and then he went to the future, and he did not have it. So it won't work if it's powered, basically. And then he held the future Sekimeya and went 9 seconds to the past. The future Sekimeya while it was powered off, and then he went 9 seconds to the past. But in the living room, he didn't have the future Sekimeya between his hands. He thought he would stay there for 18 seconds with the Sekimeya. And instead it fell on the floor.
Why would it move?
Because it fell where he was, I guess, holding it. He was holding it.
So like
And then
time
it
was
fell.
frozen when he had this thought when he didn't have it. It's just narrated like.
Yeah, I think so.
It's just like, it didn't work. I thought it would stay for 18 seconds a second. Maybe that's strange. That's a thought that takes like 2-3 seconds to play out in your head, and then he heard the sound. Like I guess it's just instant. Okay, that's fine. That's just tripping up a little bit. That's fine.
Yeah,
I guess.
sorry.
I kind of feel like it's the infinity loop one because I kind of feel like it's the same thing of why the recorder errored out. I feel like that's what it is, but why it could be I guess it could be cause of world switch because when he went to the past, it would make the future Sekimeya power on at some point while he's still touching it. It would overlap, but like I don't.
Oh, he traveled to the past, so it took a while for past him to travel to the past and drop the Sekimeya. Oh, he heard 9 seconds later himself drop the Sekimeya when he traveled, basically. So yeah, you're right. A few seconds went by.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it would have caused a world switch then because it would have powered on and it would have been standing outside gaining power and it would have, well, would the range happen in 9 seconds?
I don't know. I don't think it would cause a world switch because it was inactive at the time that the past one was used. So I don't think it's that, but I feel really we're pretty far out of my
so when Katsuki touched it in the kitchen, the future Sekimeya wasn't powered on, right? But then now but at the moment right before he touches it, for 9 seconds prior to that, there's been a Katsuki standing in the living room with this future Sekimeya that might be turning on, and that might be in range of it now. But so like the question is 9 seconds enough for the future Sekimeya to be able to turn on and cause a world switch? But if it was enough to cause a world switch, then that means he wouldn't have been able to travel to the thing, so to the living room in order for it to power on, for it to cause a world switch.
So I don't think it can be that.
So that makes me think that it's paradox.
It could be a paradox. I don't know. Yeah, that's my best bet too. But I don't know.
Let's go with that one.
Oh.
No, it's the infinite.
I think it's due to the infinite loop concept. Always pick the one with exclamation points. If I had appeared with the powered off future Sekimeya, this is also funny if you're just half paying attention, you're telling me. If I had appeared with the powered off future Sekimeya in the past, 18 seconds later, it would have been closer to powering on. Once the infinite loop is applied, the Sekimeya could have never appeared powered off, and when it's powered on, it doesn't count as a normal object. I believe that's why it didn't travel. What exactly would happen if I wait in the middle of the living room for a few seconds, move the sofa to where I'd been standing, and then travel to the future? My appearance would collide with the sofa, but what would that do? Would I overwrite part of the sofa? Would it cut off my legs and kill me? I think it's what happened with Sai in the door. It's too... Oh, that's what Sai did. Slammed the door.
Yep.
It's too risky to test that, but I have no idea what the result would be. After all, I've been appearing where there's air, and it seems I'm overwriting it, or else it would also kill me. The case might be different if I appear on top of a solid object, though. Like an elevator. This is what happened to Sai, but which timeline? It was in... It was in the same one where only Katsuki was in the tower. It was Sai A, right? World A in chapter 3.
It's the one where they found him in the elevator. Yeah. Was that was that World A?
That was World A. Yeah. Kate wasn't in the tower. Only Katsuki was found alive in the tower, and Kate was not.
It's A. Yeah, you're right. It is
I think it's Sai A.
Sai A. Yeah.
Yeah. Indeed, that is the fate Sai A. Thank fuck. In his world, he was the first person to leave room B4, in which everyone waited. After his departure, he never came back. He was never again seen alive. Unaware of what awaited him, he touched the future Sekimeya that had been hidden in the attic. For a prolonged period of time, he had been sitting against a door in a crystal room. However, when he appeared there in the future, that door had been open. Oh, honey. Oh.
That instantly.
I've been figuring all of this out, but I still don't fully understand the most important aspect, the amount of time traveled. I've been repeatedly traveling 9 seconds through time, so it has to be consistent as well. The 1 out of 27 right, gamer? That's right, baby. I paid attention to one thing in this visual novel, and it's Psy. 30 seconds stored equals 9 seconds traveled. 2 minutes stored equals 45 seconds traveled. There's already an indication here. Each stored second turns into more amount of time traveled than the previous. In the first case, each second stored added 0.3 seconds traveled. In the second case, each second stored added 0.37 seconds traveled. And it's evident that this keeps going. 15 minutes stored led into 20 minutes traveled. In that case, each second stored added 1.3 seconds. Oh, baby. Earlier, keeping the Sekimeya out of the cabinet for 25 minutes made me travel about 45 minutes to the past. That's a pretty noticeable increase. Each stored second would have counted for 1.8 seconds traveled. So the more time it's gathered, the larger the increase is. It's exponential. The difference between 5 and 10 minutes is very little compared to the difference between 20 and 25. For a while, the numbers will be low, but there will be a point where they suddenly become immense. Once the Sekimeya has been out of the cabinet for 35 minutes, how much will one stored second equal to? What about after an hour? There's an indication I'm correct about this, Akaro and Shiroya. They traveled days through time, and so did I. Akaro said he touched the Sekimeya while we were in the attic's bedroom, so it's very possible it stored energy for a long time. In any case, the increase of the time traveled is not gradual. However, I think something might be. Unlike the time component, the blank of the Sekimeya increases gradually.
Range. It's gotta be range.
It's gotta be range, yeah. It's gotta be range. The range, that's what all the travels indicate. Although I still don't fully comprehend it, I believe it must work under a gradual increase. Otherwise, when Akaro and Shiroya traveled days through time, we would have traveled as well. There's something else that could follow a similar progression, which is the time it spends recovering. No matter the amount of time traveled, the Sekimeya always spends a while gray. However, the amount of time stored seems to gradually add to the guaranteed amount. There's gotta be a formula behind the amount of time traveled that always applies. What could it be? A formula that increases the amount each second adds as more seconds have passed. If I could figure it out, I could use the Sekimeya to appear at any point in time. Thankfully, if it doesn't change over time, I could do small-scale tests to figure out what exactly would occur at a larger scale. Observing the difference between 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 stored seconds might be all I need to understand what 1 hour of stored time would cause. But my way to measure time isn't precise, and I can't measure decimals. I might need a calculator too, and I don't know if there'd be one here in the attic.
Oh, just make one. Just imagine you're gonna show up in the living. No, you can't do that because Let me know if you want me to take over. By the way.
You can take over at the half hour.
Okay.
Why was I so preoccupied with the idea? Was it due to mere curiosity? No, that wasn't all. At some point, I'd realized it. While locked in a tower for 12 hours, I'd spent a long time trying to figure out if saving Mia was possible, and I knew, at that moment, that it was. However...
And this is how he causes the loops. This is how he causes the next world line. Yeah, he's the reason why they're there.
Those thoughts had all faded from my mind sometime previously. Shiroya had caused me to abandon the idea of saving her. But I'd learned that wasn't the real Shiroya, and it made a lot of sense. She would never have said that. She had wanted to save Mia just like me and had been prepared to do it once I'd told her it was possible. Had I truly heard Mia earlier? That voice continually replayed in my head, but I couldn't understand the circumstances around it. I don't know how reasonable this is. After a while of storing time, being off by even a single decimal would result in a substantial difference. Even if I analyze repeated short travels to the future, it might take me a really long time to come up with an accurate equation with just these two timers. I had no idea how long I'd be alone in the tower, but I couldn't afford to spend hours perfecting a formula. I didn't even know if it was consistent in the first place. My mind went back to a thought I'd had long in the past. When I'd originally conceived of thought-up loops, I'd also considered a particular scenario. Depending on how it works, the possibilities could be limitless. There's even a higher step to reach. It's considerably different, but it follows along with a few things I thought about earlier regarding the date displayed on Sai's watch. Out of the countless examples, could you go back in time, trade information with someone, write it all down, leave it on a note that you'd see before traveling through time, and win the lottery? You'd read the note and go back to the past. However, since you would already know the contents of it, you'd have no reason to exchange the information. All you'd have to do is leave behind the note you'd read so that you could read it before traveling. The note itself would be a paradox that you caused, but was the past truly changed? Was a past in which you exchanged information truly overwritten? Or did it never exist in the first place? If Sai's watch got to 9999-1231 by spending infinite time in a loop, did the pasts in which the time counted up to that date really exist in any capacity? Would something like that actually be possible? I don't have the time needed to find an equation that lets me calculate time values for the Sekimeya, but as long as it's possible to find, could I use something like this to obtain it? How long would it take me to find it? Maybe 2 hours of monitoring innumerable travels? If I extrapolate my old scenario to this, it would look something like going 2 hours back in time, spending them working to find the formula, noting it down on a piece of paper that I would hide inside a drawer. Before traveling 2 hours back, I would find the note, and in the past, as I would already know the formula, I would just have to write it down and leave it in the drawer. Holy shit, I can't believe I understand what he's saying.
I understand it too, and if it works, I'm gonna be adjacent to angry.
Angry adjacent. This is an applicable.
Adjacent.
This is the Psi Magic Tricks ending. This is the Psi Magic Tricks ending. Yep. But this isn't applicable because if I go 2 hours back, I won't have access to the Sekimeya. I've been testing with them, so if I go back and use them, I'll be changing the past, and the note will not be written in my current reality. But what if I change it up a little? Let's say I take the past Sekimeya out of the refrigerator. 2 minutes later, I touch it and go 45 seconds back. I'm not even sure if this first travel would be needed, but it might be. Then, 45 seconds later, my original self will disappear, and I'll spend 2 hours testing with both Sekimeya to come up with the right formula. Once I have it, I'll go back in time to a point before I traveled the 45 seconds and write down the formula. Before traveling the 45 seconds, I'll read the note with the formula. Then, 45 seconds in the past, I'll write it down so my original self can see it. Would this allow me to spend 2 hours finding the formula without actually having to waste that time? There was no point in assuming an answer because it was easy to test. I readied myself to perform the loop and started to store time with the past Sekimeya. However, when I looked at the drawer where I wanted the note to be hidden, it was empty. August says, okay, so just to clarify, since I'm a bit confused, they're trapped in this building for 12 hours? That's correct, August. Huh, okay. Why did it not work? It's because you're too fucking stupid to figure it out in 2 hours. The success of the loop required the existence of hypothetical events. In reality, if I had seen the note, I would never have spent 2 hours working to find the formula. Those events would only have existed in a hypothetical history. Once the result was known, their existence would have become unneeded. Am I mistaken then? Is this concept just unworkable? That can't
Who
be.
picked up the pen?
It's the same thing as the recorder powering off when I go to the past. The hypothetical realities in which it progressively loses battery need to exist in order for it to appear without power in the real one. Although I didn't fully understand that, as the recorder not degrading physically still didn't make sense to me. And that is linked to their physical conditions, which I'm sure we'll be quizzed about soon. What if it didn't work? Like whenever they get tired and hungry and gotta piss and and the healing injuries. What if it didn't work because 2 hours wouldn't have been enough to determine the formula? Or because I'm too fucking stupid? What if during those 2 hours people would have shown up and I would have been unable to continue and go to the past to leave the note behind? If this were Shiroya, she would wait 2 hours just to make sure.
Yeah.
If 2 hours wouldn't have been enough, what about 10? What if it would have taken me more than 20 hours to refine the formula until it was consistent with every travel? The tower will open at 9, so assuming no one else comes, even in a hypothetical world, I would only have until 9 to experiment. Actually, probably way less than that, because to travel to the past and appear in the tower, I'd have to be inside it hours after 9.
Dude has a time machine, and he's saying he doesn't have enough time to do something. Dude has okay, all right, I'm so cool.
You're so cool with it, yeah. But
so cool, yeah.
Assuming I had all the time, to be fair, he can't take his time machine with him, so you know he's working with a limited capacity time machine. But assuming I had all the time I needed, would I be able to use a hypothetical world to my advantage? Could I make use of countless hours without actually spending any? I considered that there might have been a way to test it. I took the past Sekimeya out and pressed play on the recorder. Following that, I went to the living room with the past Sekimeya and the recorder and closed the door to the kitchen. I had to think very thoroughly about it. Instead of using a single hypothetical world, what if I used multiple at once by making it recursive? My god, dude.
He's like a different character right now.
He is, yeah. If I touch the Sekimeya when 15 minutes have passed, I'll go 20 minutes to the past. But before I touch it, I'll open the door to the hallway and find a notepad from the bedrooms on the floor. Depending on what it says, I'll do one of three things. 1. If it has a formula written down, I'll go 20 minutes to the past, obtain the notepad, write the formula down, and leave it in the hallway. 2. He's fucking thinking in Python. 2. If I don't find a notepad, I'll go 20 minutes to the past, and using the future Sekimeya in the kitchen, I'll start to work toward finding the formula. Before 20 minutes pass, I'll obtain a notepad from the bedrooms. In the top left corner of the first page, I'll write a 1, along with the progress I made in those 20 minutes. Then I'll leave it in the hallway. 3. If I find a notepad that doesn't contain the formula, it will have my current progress along with a number in the top left corner of the first page, which will indicate the number of iterations that have occurred so far. Remember when you thought Sai spent years time traveling to figure out all the crazy things you can do with the Sekimeya? How do you feel finding out it was Katsuki doing it instead? Genuinely, if this exact same codes were happening, but from Sai's perspective, I would probably be doing a lot better, actually.
Sai would probably open the door to himself right now and say, "You fucking idiot, here's the answer."
Yeah. Before the 20 minutes pass, I'll write down the updated progress in a notepad from the bedrooms, increase the number I saw in the top left corner by 1, and then leave the notepad in the hallway. This makes use of infinite time. By repeatedly using these 20 minutes across multiple hypothetical worlds, I can carry my progress over until the formula is found. I'm able to compress years worth of calculations into a single 20-minute loop. Since all the worlds will collapse into a final result, I'll always find the real formula behind the hallway door if this is viable. Actions 2 and 3 are only for the hypothetical worlds. Okay, you can take over for a while.
I wrote a story where a character does exactly this, actually, so I understand this. At least,
okay.
I think I understand it. I don't know if it made sense when I wrote it, but yeah. As another final point, if the number in the top left corner exceeds, say, 1 billion, then I can be confident no answer exists.
I do understand what's going on. I'm just, yeah.
It's I think it's the stuff before that it's like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. I realized the plan had a small flaw. Oh yeah, what is it? What if in the real world I open the hallway door and find no notepad? I'll think that the plan hasn't worked and won't go through with the first loop. In the same way, the first hypothetical version of me, instead of assuming he's about to start the first iteration, would assume that the plan is flawed and wouldn't start the sequence. If I want this to work, I'll have to execute the first loop in the instance that I don't find the notepad in the hallway right now. This is okay, because even though the plan wouldn't work for me, I'd have to resort to finding the formula manually in the real world. Executing the first loop would work toward that, and it would make the plan succeed if the concept was invalid.
Okay. Just keep going. Okay.
13 minutes had passed. I hadn't heard anything in the attic. If another version of me had been ready to pass the formula on to me, he'd been very quiet. Still completely clueless as to whether it would work, I approached the hallway. My mouth dropped to the floor. Flashes of a certain bedroom popped in my mind, a normal occurrence after seeing my own messy handwriting. A notepad was beside my feet, containing a large string of numbers on the first page. Upon closer inspection, it was definitely a formula, far from a clean one. This is really it. It actually worked. All the pages after the first one were completely empty. There was no number at the top left, so I didn't know how many iterations had been needed to reach it, but its complexity was evident. So Shiroi and Akara weren't lying. Touching Sekimeya after an hour of stored time will really send you weeks through time, and I can calculate the exact amount. Before that though, I had to travel to the past. Less than 20 seconds remained until the 15-minute mark. When the timer hit it, I touched the past Sekimeya.
The thought up loop shit all along was actually foreshadowing. Yeah, we're really happy about that over on this side of the stream.
As expected, I appeared in the hallway right next to the kitchen, which was closed. I had gone 20 minutes back, but the past Sekimeya had only stored energy for 15. During the first 5 minutes, I had no access to the kitchen because my past self was there. In the hypothetical loops, that time would have been used to check the progress made until the previous iteration. I went to the right bedroom and took a notepad from a drawer. I recalled all the numbers that had compromised the formula and wrote them down. Ooh, you just from memory?
Sorry. It's a large string of numbers. Its complexity was evident, and you're telling me he just fucking remembered it? It could be a short formula. Cope. Seki Fuller's coping in the fucking chat. Fuck off.
Then I silently approached the hallway and left the notepad next to the living room.
Welcome, Godot. Nice to see you.
This is crazy. I wonder how much time was spent to reach this equation. Feels like an instant result for my real self, so I could even use something like this to brute force the computer passwords downstairs. I stood in silence until I heard my past self leaving the kitchen. Future Sekimeya is in the refrigerator. I had a slight doubt. I understood the formula, but a certain factor wasn't part of it. Is that really it? There is no other influential factor? I stepped over the sink and set the plug for the drain. Then I filled it with water very slowly so I didn't make noise. Once I reached the top, I took the future Sekimeya out and put it in the water. Time to make some tea. I set the oven to count for 10 minutes. When only 5 had passed, I put my hand in the water and touched the Sekimeya. I appeared in the kitchen and immediately saw the disabled future Sekimeya under the water. Then I looked at the oven and saw the amount of time had gone to the future. The timer was at 4:31, immediately ticking down to 4:30. 29 seconds. I have gone 29 seconds forward. So I was right. There's another factor. Temperature. The water is at room temperature, and the Sekimeya spent 5 minutes in it. I should have definitely gone more than 29 seconds forward. But the heat capacity of water is 4 times the air's, meaning that it heats up 4 times slower.
There's no way he knew that. There's no way he knew that. There's no absolutely no fucking way this absolute fucking dipshit knew that. There's no way. There's no way. She skipped school. The problem isn't me. The problem is Katsuki.
You know anything about Ice 9? It appears the temperature higher than the cabinet lets the Sekimeya store energy and become hot. Of course, that heats up the air around it.
The only thing I know about Ice 9 is that Cat's Cradle by Kurt Vonnegut is an excellent book, and I know nothing about it in any other context and do not want to. Thank you very much.
I'm thinking about the freezing point of nitroglycerin. Anyway, then the same air that makes the Sekimeya even hotter, leading into the infinite increase of energy. This is why the water's different heat capacity changes things. Because water heats up 4 times slower, 5 minutes submerged in it is the same as 75 seconds outside of it, so I only traveled 29 seconds. I'm sure the hypothetical version of me thought about this too when they were coming up with the equation, but it's not really part of it, it just modifies the result. Vonnegut does go hard, I agree. Finally, this answers the last question regarding the time Irina touched the Sekimeya. Does it? Why were we encompassed within Irina's range? The Sekimeya had spent 15 minutes outside the cabinet, and based on the previous identical travel, we should have been outside of it. Irina opened the glass and rolled the Sekimeya into her purse, avoiding direct contact with it. That's why, for those 15 minutes, the Sekimeya was in her purse. That led to the opposite situation as the water. The air inside the purse couldn't easily escape, so it heated up faster than outside it. That is the reason why the range was bigger. And Sai, the only person who actually traveled through time, would have been sent more than 20 minutes. Yeah, all right. I wonder how much of an effect this has on the travels. When the Sekimeya was in the other cabinets, for example, did it heat up faster? Their interiors are wide, but I'm sure that there was an imperceptible difference. Maybe you noticed the instances where this property was a factor in play. Earlier, did you wonder why Shiroya world switched alongside Naomi? She was in the staircase while the Sekimeya were on the sofa, and they had recently been taken out of the cabinet. As you might guess, it was Kitei's tight suitcase that let the Sekimeya gain power faster than normal. That might be everything. Although I could be wrong on details that I can't verify, I can apply the time formula as long as I touch the Sekimeya outside the water and in this room. The temperature in the attic doesn't feel different from everywhere else, but I should stay here. I heard myself in the living room stepping into the hallway. Soon after, that me touched the Sekimeya and went back in time. I retrieved the past Sekimeya and the recorder, then stepped back into the kitchen. I put both Sekimeya in the refrigerator and took out the past Sekimeya as I began a new recording. I moved to the hallway. I had appeared right outside the kitchen, so I had to be there in 20 minutes. Leaving the door open, I could make sure the future Sekimeya was safe in the refrigerator. Is there anything else? Is there any mystery that I can't explain? In the storeroom, I'd sporadically thought about the long series of events that had gone on during the 12-hour span of time. A few ideas had come to me, but I had to seriously think about everything with what I'd learned.
One of my grandpa's favorite stories to tell about me is that when I was a kid, my grandpa is really smart, and my grandpa is like from like rural Pennsylvania. Like he has no business being as smart as he is. Like he's like he's never been to college. I don't even know if he went to high school, but he was in like the Korean War, and then he had them drop him off in California, and he taught himself how to repair televisions and traveled across the country repairing TVs because he's never been out of Pennsylvania, and he wanted to like see the rest of the country. He went on like a big just a cross country road trip by himself, just like funding himself. And so he's really smart. He's really good at like mechanical stuff and like figuring stuff out. And when I was a kid, And I was really into like books, and like I was always like a really big nerd and like always reading and stuff. And when I was a kid, I was probably like 5 or 6. I proudly proclaimed that but I said between me and Pap, we know everything. And I'm getting such a vibe from Katsuki of my 5-year-old self. Okay. Anyway.
But in this case, it's Katsuki and past and future Katsukis. Between the 3 of them, they know everything.
Damn, and here you are playing video games? Yeah, man. Why do you think I have depression? All right, let's continue. Oh, good song.
At 9, the smoke was released in the tower, beginning the attack that trapped us inside. What triggered the alarm? Was anyone aware of the Sekimeya's powers? I'm still not sure about the details behind it, but it's a lot clearer now. While we were asleep, someone hid the Sekimeya in room B4 and turned on the temperature regulation. You mean us, Sekimeya? Was it Naomi? In this world, she ran up to the attic with them. There's also Kate. He wasn't in the security room, and he has to be who dropped the rusty key in hallway A. Beyond the truth of the attack, the 3rd Sekimeya, the one that doesn't work, was the only one inside the cabinet when we woke up. When Isla touched it, nothing happened to her.
Oh, it's really embarrassing to be Kate, knowing that he didn't need to like do it. He just should have like grabbed an egg and thought really hard about getting his key back. That's really rough for him.
The security room and contacted the outside. That's when we had to call with Surupo, who told us about the story behind Ashia and Zen. Before it ended, Sai turned off the monitor next to him. However, the whole computer immediately powered off too. Why doesn't Katsuki just think really hard about Mia and Shoya being alive on the other side of the door and then just open the door and give him a hug? Yeah, well, I don't understand. Like, yeah. Who did that and why? At this point, I believe there's an answer far more likely than the others.
Who shut down the computer in World B? I think it's probably Kate.
Which one was World B again?
World B
was ours, right?
Is the first
one
world.
that we saw?
Yeah. I don't think it benefits Kate to be So let's go back and read that scene. Let's monitor. Sure. Blue security cameras. Blah 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 blah. Okay, here they are talking to Surupo. Talking to Surupo. Oh my god, it goes on for a while, huh? Okay. It seems like it was probably Kate, right?
Yeah.
But did someone travel and shut it?
Kate set up like a whole fucking like shutter defense system and everything, and then he spent like after this he spent like an hour trying to get the computer to come back on, and then Sai just came in and flipped the button or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like it has to be Kate.
Yeah.
But maybe someone traveled.
He says it's impossible to power off the main computer from the mechanical room, but is that actually true? They went and checked it because I was thinking, what if he... So the security room switch was on. Okay, so the security room switch was actually on. Hadn't fixed a thing. I think it has to be him, right? Like, it feels like he just sabotaged it, right?
Doesn't it come back on like right now?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Ooh. So what made this happen? I don't know what made this happen. Like, my only guess is him, but I have no idea who else it could be. Like, I think it's probably somebody else, but I don't know how it would work or who it could be, so.
It's definitely not Sai, because Sai just hit the monitor off, right? That's it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Kitei, or could be anyone that world shifted, yeah. So it's Kitei B, right?
It would be Kitei B, or... Like, I think he didn't want them to... Alright, night-night, Weeby. Alright. I think, can we do that? Are you okay with doing that? Like,
I'm okay with doing that.
It feels unsatisfying, but I don't, like... I think it was Kitei. Okay, well, whatever.
I think it was Kitei, the person who was sitting in front of the computer. When it happened, we were able to look at the recorded footage that would have revealed that he hadn't been in the security room and who knows what else. He probably wanted to use Sai's trick to his advantage. We were all four focused on the screen that went black, so nobody saw him pressing the power button below the desk. Due to his timing, he tried to make it seem as if both things had the same cause. The first thing he did was crouch under the desk and check the wires. He said nothing. Him trying to do this, and suddenly, like, the Windows log off fucking thing shows up. And he's like, must have crashed when the wire. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking computers are out here. And it's like, yeah, they're fucking. It's just. The first thing he did was crouch under the desk and check the wires. He said nothing was wrong behind the computer, but I think that what he did was disconnect the cable. Then he repeatedly pressed the power button. The computer didn't turn on. However, he couldn't leave it like that. If we explained what had happened to the police, they would have immediately noticed to disconnect the cable, and no one would believe a word Kitei said. So after he acted like he'd been trying to figure out the issue for a long time, he reconnected the cable, and the computer was able to power back on. I don't think that's all he did, though. During all the time he was below the desk, he unplugged the camera system from the computer. Later into the day, I realized the drive that stored the recorded footage wasn't being detected. And even that wasn't all. We tried to communicate with the outside a second time, but upon inputting his credentials, an access denied message appeared. Kitei can fuck off. Why? I'm not completely sure why he would have done that, but he could have purposefully entered an incorrect password to prompt that message. Perhaps there was a reason why he couldn't allow a second call, but he must have done that. After all, there's no way Ashia would have been the ones to cut our single method of communication. He wasn't in the security room when the smoke went off, but one of the things he said was that he tried to do his part of removing the shutter and that the system hadn't let him. That didn't actually happen, but Shiropo told us a similar error was affecting Ashia. Since Kitei knew or lied about it without experiencing it, it follows he was probably the cause behind it. He didn't want the exit to open before the time limit. Therefore, there was something he had to do before the time expired, and deleting the save footage was likely part of that. At least we got this one right. When we were done, we left him alone in the security room. There was the time we later learned footage had been erased. He used it to briefly reconnect the system and delete what he didn't want us to see. We looked through the crystal floor, but we didn't find Naomi. Then we separated into two groups to look through the other floors. Irina, Isla, Shiroya, and I took the elevator up to the 6th floor. On the 5th floor, before Isla told us about her friend. What did Mia see in that room? We heard the elevator. Since we had left it on the 6th and the other group had heard it only heard it once, it had to have been going down.
Was that Naomi? It had to be Naomi because it's the only world where she didn't right? Because Naomi That's true, right? It has to be Naomi. Because we talked about it, she didn't run to the attic with the suitcase, but one of them traveled, right? Didn't Naomi travel? And then that was her, like, leaving the attic. And then later she wanted to come talk to Kitei in the lobby. It's Naomi, right?
I think it must be, but this is
But it's Naomi A.
Confused about this one.
But it's Naomi A because Naomi B did not go there. Right? You get confused about me too, buddy. Okay. Both Naomi world switch at the exact same time. So okay, so here we go. In world B, Naomi didn't run to the attic with the suitcase. In worlds A and C, however, the same thing occurred. Naomi touched the Sekimeya and world switched. When Naomi A touched it, she appeared in world B. Her keys remained in world A and the elevator was disabled. Until that changed, she was trapped up there. From her point of view, both Sekimeya disappeared as she brought the suitcase along as one of her possessions. Naomi C world switched to world A and the range encompassed Shiroya, and they were able to get out. So I think in world B, after Kate did the shit in the security room, the elevator would have been re-enabled, right? Is that what re-enabled the elevator? I don't remember. And then that Naomi would have been taking the elevator out of the thing at this time, I think, right? And that would be Naomi A, because she traveled into B.
Naomi A went to world B.
Yeah.
Naomi C went to world A.
That's correct.
And world C doesn't have a Naomi in it, in the attic at least.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
So there are two.
There would be two Naomis running around at this point. Yeah.
In world
B. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's Naomi A.
So does she go downstairs and meet the other? Where's the original Naomi B then? Don't
know. We don't know yet.
Okay. Yeah, it's Naomi A.
That's what I think. Oh my god, I can't. We've gotten 3 of these right when it was a choice of 27. Holy shit.
It was Naomi who ended up trapped in the attic. When she appeared there, the elevator wasn't working, but she must have eventually tried it again after Kate re-enabled it. On the 6th floor, the elevator went up to the attic. Of course, we didn't hear that.
Thank you, chat, for cheering us on.
Timeline. Then that Naomi used it to go all the way down. It was soon after when we found Naomi's first corpse in the hallway B crystal.
In the hallway B crystal room.
Okay. The hallway crystal room. I think Naomi killed herself. I think she found another Naomi and she killed the other Naomi. She freaked the fuck out.
I thought maybe Kate killed her, but. So it would be not the Naomi who'd taken the elevator. It would be the original Naomi in timeline B.
I don't know. Like, do you think, who do you think, like, this is kind of, no, maybe this is a wrong answer then, because, like, do you think that the Naomi A went downstairs, found Naomi B, freaked out and killed her, and then ran away and was like, what the fuck did I just do? Or do you think Naomi B killed Naomi A? Or do you think, if it's not Naomi on Naomi action, then it's the Naomi that taking the elevator that's killed. This dead there.
So in this one, did Kate take he took the Sekimeya and then went to go hide it, right? So my thought was that Naomi found him doing that, maybe, like saw him doing that, and he killed her, and that all happened before, like, I think whoever was in here was dead before that Naomi took the elevator down, because the Naomi who took the elevator down was delayed, right? I don't know if we found her first, but I think that she was dead first. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Do we think that's why Kate is freaked out when Naomi wants to talk to her downstairs and she's actually there? Maybe,
yeah. Then maybe he kills the second one too.
My gut is saying not, but it could be wrong. My gut is saying not. And you agree?
I agree what?
You agree that it's not the Naomi that went down.
I think it's the other Naomi. Here. Yeah, I think it's not the other, yeah. So, sorry, using writing justification, remember how baby Kate was willing to kill someone whenever he needed to because she wouldn't chill out?
Yeah.
I think that was foreshadowing for Naomi.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the only timeline or world where the Sekimeya are still in the storeroom, according to for Kate. Naomi hadn't taken them.
Yeah, so exactly.
Naomi found them then. Okay.
Okay. I think this is not the Naomi who took the elevator. Do you agree? Lock in?
Yeah, I agree. Lock in.
Right. Yay!
I don't think that was the Naomi who taken the elevator, though. The elevator moved after one Naomi had already appeared, and her set of keys was on the first dead body. That was likely Naomi from our world. She appeared in front of the others and asked to talk to Kate privately. Later, the Naomi in the attic went down. Okay. But after we waited, Kate came back alone, saying Naomi hadn't wanted to come back. If she was still down there, we couldn't let her keep escaping. Shuri and I waited in front of the elevator while the others went down to make sure we'd find her. Suddenly, we heard the elevator going up. We thought that was Naomi, but we didn't find anyone where the elevator would have stopped. The reason was that my past self was the person who used it. And while we were discussing what could have happened, Akaro came running. The Sekimeya had vanished in the cabinet for the first time. Everyone was waiting near the stairs when we arrived. Shuri and I saw the empty cabinet in the event room, but the party was still Naomi. She had to be there. Making sure nobody could leave, room B4 was eventually looked into. That's where we found her corpse.
Who killed Naomi B?
Who killed Naomi B?
I think Kate, but what do you think?
It's either Kate B
or Naomi A. Yeah.
I am convinced with your Kate B theory.
Okay. All right. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
All right. Yay!
You were right. Someone coming from the future could have killed her, but I'm inclined to think it was actually Kate. It happened in the room where the Sekimeya were hidden, and in this world, Naomi didn't bring them there. That makes me think it was Kate who did. Naomi appeared from the second floor. She'd been watching the group from a distance just in case she could gather information such as Kate's potential accomplices. Finally, she mustered the courage to confront them. She requested to talk to Kate privately, like an idiot. She represented Ashia, so she couldn't let the others hear such a bold accusation against one of their workers. You're doing it now? If it was possible, an explanation existed. However, she knew Kate had taken Sekimeya out of the cabinet. Without speaking a word, they walked to the crystal floor. There, Naomi brought Kate to the room she'd seen him leave. The Sekimeya had to be there. Naomi asked him to unlock all the cabinets and saw 2 of them lying inside. Raising her voice, she demanded an Oh, did Naomi A kill Kate later? Oh. Raising her voice, she demanded an explanation while Kate kept quiet. He knew how bad the situation was. Naomi would bring about his doom. She would ruin everything.
Well, there were 2 dead Naomis here, but I think the one who sat up and said you're a murderer was talking to Kate, right? So if God, now if the other Naomi came and was dead here too, that would mean that we're in world B. Yeah, that would make sense because then Naomi A would travel to C, and then that Naomi would look at Kate and say you're a murderer because she saw him do this. Maybe.
Where did that Naomi come from? The corpse? Was that the corpse they had in the bathroom and they moved it to the lobby, or is that a third Naomi corpse?
Oh God.
There's bathroom Naomi corpse. There's this room Naomi corpse.
No, the one they dragged to the lobby was the one who was actually alive.
Yeah, but where did they find that corpse? That body?
Oh, fuck.
I don't know either. Like,
saw Naomi's body. Inside the men's was Naomi's body. It was in,
oh
yeah, it was in the elevator with Shiroya. Yeah.
Yeah. Was Shiroya dead?
Shiroya was dead.
I mean, they said Naomi was dead too there, and she wasn't.
But they touched Naomi. I don't remember what chapter anything is in. Was that in chapter 2? Okay. It was in chapter 2.
It definitely was in the elevator.
2 curtains lay, one covering Naomi's body. Why was she brought here? We brought her to the library. Don't you remember? Hold on 1 second. I'm just...
Oh, the policeman's body.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about that. How the fuck did a policeman get in there?
Got Sekimeya in, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. He didn't bother making flimsy excuses. He explained everything he'd done, hoping she would sympathize with him. He worked in Ishia Tower all his life. He couldn't take it anymore. He'd only wanted to free himself from the life he'd lived.
No, Mouse of the stream says, no good stopping point in sight, not even if we go longer. Find any spot that seems like it works. How you feeling? You've had a long streams today?
I've had a long stream. Maybe after the next question?
Okay, we'll stop at the next question.
When she discovered Kate's justification, it was his voice that rose. There was no way he would let his life end like this.
Sorry.
The truth was out, so Kate attempted a bribe. If they obtained the Sekimeya, both of them could work together to trade it off. But Naomi, being a simp for Ashia, said no.
Yep.
Immediately, Naomi refused. She was Ashia's most trusted employee.
Were we justified in hating Kate? Yes, Jelly.
Yeah. The third step was a threat. With a calm voice, Kate let her pick between Ashia or her own safety. He needed her to stay quiet. And starting immediately, she knew 2 real Sekimeya existed. However, as Kate's words were dismissed again, he finally wavered. He'd been acting stern, but that was far from reality. Inwardly, Kate burned with rage toward Naomi. After a sudden step forward, Kate dashed at her. She had enough time to react and defend herself, but she was no match for him. After an abrupt scuffle, Kate dragged her to the wall and knocked her out. Before her death, Naomi let out a yell that only reached a single pair of ears outside the room, her own. From above, Kate stared at Naomi's body, unaware that the cabinet's temperature wheel had been damaged. Seconds later, he finally checked her breathing. There was none. But all wasn't lost. Earlier, he had turned off that room's camera. He had known that he would have to take one of the Sekimeya away eventually, so he had preemptively disabled the video. But although he hadn't been recorded, he knew he was the only possible suspect. That was until he heard a sudden shout that forced him out of the room. Outside, he saw Katsuki's lone figure. Kate rapidly stepped aside. He couldn't afford to be seen. However, Katsuki had just been recorded by the camera, so there was another potential culprit to build a narrative against. Before he walked back up, Kate thought about what he had to say. He had killed someone else after all those years, and he could find another way out. When Naomi's body was found, Katsuki's eyes landed on the damaged wheel. It had stopped the temperature regulation, so the Sekimeya made him travel to the past. However, the Sekimeya lying in the neighboring cabinet was still kept cold, so no world switch occurred. There, I traveled to the past for the first time, and 20 minutes later, I walked right back to where everyone had seen me disappear. The Sekimeya turned gray, so we brought it to its cabinet in the event room where it became white again. We heard a sound coming from outside. After all, someone else was still lurking within the tower. The Naomi who took the elevator down, the corpse had stopped her search, and we never looked into every room. We couldn't let her escape, so we separated into two groups to look at both hallways. Kite, Irina, and Isla and I looked at hallway A, while Shreya, Akaro, and Sai looked at hallway B. Despite that, we didn't find her. When we finished, Sai reiterated his distrust for Kate and refused to believe that Naomi hadn't been found in the rooms he'd investigated. Sai wanted to confirm it for himself, which led him to enter the storeroom. There, he found a Sekimeya. Had it been taken already? We went to the event room, and it was in fact gone from the cabinet. Who had hid it in the storeroom? That question ate at me.
Would it be Naomi A? While they were all searching? Or would it be Kate? Because he took it.
They were all together, so I don't think one of them slipped away. It has to be Naomi A, I think.
Okay. All right. Lock it in?
Yeah, lock it in.
All right.
I believe I now understand what happens. Let's see if we're right. To get the Sekimeya out of the event room's cabinet, the key was necessary, and it was with Naomi's corpse in the room before. That means someone who investigated hallway B must have taken it to unlock the cabinet. However, none of them had the chance to hide it in the storeroom without being seen by people who investigated hallway A. That's why it didn't make sense. The answer is that... what?
It wasn't the same Sekimeya, right?
Yeah.
It has to be. I think?
Or Sai already had it, he just pretended that he found it.
Yeah.
Sai doesn't even need
Sai
a
would
reason
do
to
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Tired too.
I just assumed it was moved out of the I just assumed it was moved out of the room.
Maybe Naomi A took the cabinet, the Sekimeya from the cabinet, and had it, but someone else found it. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with it wasn't the same Sekimeya. Why not?
You
why
sure?
Not? Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
It wasn't the same Sekimeya.
It wasn't the same Sekimeya. The first mystery guarding its whereabouts already pointed to the truth that one Sekimeya existed. Okay, I think we can stop here unless you want to do like one or two more lines.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah.
All right. I wonder if were we right about it being Naomi A then? It didn't correct us, but it didn't say you're right either.
It didn't say who. I feel like none of them could have done it without each other seeing it. But yeah. Hope y'all are okay. We're okay. Just tired.
Yeah,
right.
I've been streaming for
You have
10 hours. Holy shit. Okay.
Okay. So Mouse of the Stream says that it's not gonna be only a couple more. So like we might need an extra stream. So there might be 2 days of Sekimeya next week. Might just do it instead of Moon. We'll figure it out. I'll let everybody know. I don't want to belabor that while Joe is hired. So
Go one more line. Go one more line.
One more line.
One more line. No. That doesn't tell us about
2 more lines.
Okay. No.
No? Do I need to keep going? Do you need 4 more lines?
What does chat think?
What does chat think? Stop, Joe. Start pressing control. Start pressing control.
It's gotcha pulls for lines if we get a good one.
No. I don't think so.
It's not telling us. It's not telling us.
It's not telling us. All right.
No.
Well. Oh well. Does somebody have someone for us to raid? I will be gone this weekend. Jelly will be on for Umineko tomorrow. I need to do voice assignments for you both. Sorry, haven't done that yet. And we'll be back next week. More Sekimeya. This is a funny stream. I think so. Germa is playing Castle Crash. Okay. Castle Crashers just had a big update. That's why he's playing it.
It'll be Saturday. That's right. Yeah, Saturday.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's almost Friday.
Yeah, whatever day it is. Day 9 is offline, it looks like. I'll just raid Kraken. We usually raid Kraken.
Chowderman is always streaming.
Chowderman? I don't know who Chowderman is.
Chowderman.
Thank you everybody for coming, and see you next week, where you find said stream pre-announcements in my Discord server. Here. Right. Does that not work?
Sure, Joe and I will get so much reading done. Well, you know what they say, when the mouse is away.
Hooray!
Ooh. Hooray!
See you soon.
See you later, chat. Have a good night.
I didn't hear you. I pressed the raid button.
Oh no.
Bye, Naja.